It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
The total spending go down.
It'd be interesting to see, you're right, how this is addressed in the campaign, because I don't know if we're getting a lot of specifics, and I can't remember if the Conservatives have released their campaign platform yet. I know they hadn't as of the weekend, so it'd be interesting to see how the parties deal with this over the next little while. It's certainly something that needs addressing, and you're right that the Canadians do have an appetite for it. And Devin Drover is with the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. They've just released a study that says 58% of Canadians are skeptical about the government's promise, or the Liberal Party's promise, to balance the operating budget within the next few years. Devin, thanks for taking a couple of minutes with us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
And it's coming up to news next at 8:30 here on your VOCM.
Local news now. A VOCM news update.
This news presented by Robatha Mackay Marshall. If you've been injured in an accident, make the call today. 576-CALL.
At 8:30, we have a little bit of rain, temperature at 1, and winds gusting to about 55 over at the airport. Good morning. I'm Sarah Strickland. The final federal carbon rebate is out in some Canadian bank accounts today. The rebate is out today for those who filed their 2024 income tax return by April 2nd. Those who filed after that time will get their payment once their return has been assessed. This is the final helping of the quarterly rebate, which was scrapped when the consumer carbon tax was removed last month. A single person in this province can expect to get $149, while a family of 4 is eligible to receive $298, with additional funds for those who qualify for the Rural Supplement. A breakdown of the payments can be found on the federal government's website. A new 18-hole disc golf course in the Airport Heights area of St. John's has become the latest target of vandals. In post on social media, Avalon disc golfers, on behalf of Disc Golf Newfoundland and Labrador, say they've had to file a police report given a series of vandalism and damage to the course at the end of McNiven Place. They note the course was funded through grants as well as the city to bring a free and accessible opportunity for recreation to the already existing complex in Airport Heights. But there's also been recent damage to the group's tee pads and signage, with the city and the RNC notified in an effort to deter a repeat. The disc golfers say they're not looking to expose those who are responsible for the damage, but are seeking cooperation from area residents and visitors. A driver is without their motorcycle after colliding with an SUV in the east end of St. John's yesterday. First responders were called to the collision on Airport Heights Drive around 11:30 yesterday morning. There were no injuries, but RNC discovered the driver of the motorcycle did not have any insurance. The driver was charged for driving without insurance, and the motorcycle was seized and impounded. Meta is making some changes aimed at cracking down on young people who lie about their age on Facebook and Instagram. The technology giant will now use artificial intelligence to automatically identify teens who are younger than 16 and move them into restrictive teen accounts. Meta first rolled out teen accounts last year, designed to place more limitations on who can view and interact with a teenager's profile. The reimagined experience has built-in protections that limit who can contact teens and the content they see, as well as the time they spend online. Up next, we'll have traffic and your forecast.
We asked personal injury lawyers at Robatha Mackay Marshall what experience has taught them.
We treat the case as if it was our own family.
We're always going to put your interests first.
We love what we do. We thrive on it as a group.
Working with real fighters, people who will fight for their client.
If you hire one lawyer, you have our whole firm behind you.
With over $500 million in compensation, Robatha Mackay Marshall is the most experienced personal injury law firm in the province. Make the call.
Hello, it's Anthony Germain here, your Liberal candidate in Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. I've been all over our riding, and I keep hearing one thing from most Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Mark Carney is the strong leader that we need in the fight against Donald Trump's tariffs. With Election Day on Monday, April 28th, I'm asking for your vote to ensure that Mark Carney and our Liberal team can fight for you.
Authorized by the official agent for Anthony Germain.
It's the information you need to get where you're going safely and on time. Up to the minute and accurate traffic reports. This is your VOCM traffic update.
Well, it's a rainy old day for a lot of areas. We've got some thick fog too, especially at the higher elevations around the metro area, and reduced visibility in the rain, really. So slowing things down with that water buildup. That's the best plan of action. Through Central, some dry roads. Cornerbrook area also, it's wet through Gander, and Cornerbrook area seeing more dry conditions. Up around Main Brooks and Anthony area, also wet roads. That's your VOCM traffic. I'm Jerry Lynn Mackey.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville, and Central. Showers or flurries ending around lunchtime, then cloudy. Northwesterlies gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds for tonight. Northwesterlies 40, a low of -1. Sunshine tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8. For the South Coast, next couple of days, sun and cloud, northwesterly winds 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy overnight and a low of -4. And the West Coast, Southwest Coast, Northern Peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30 and a high of 8. Mainly cloudy for tonight, a low of +1. Chance of showers tomorrow, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8. Right now in St. John's, we have some light rain, winds gusting to about 60 over at the airport, and temperature at 1. Back with an update just before 9 o'clock. Over to you guys.
24 minutes to 9 o'clock right now. That's 24 minutes before you can get in on the biggest conversation in Newfoundland and Labrador. That's Openline with Patty Daly. In the meantime, as the federal election nears the finish line, there's been less focus on the threat from America and tariffs. That means there's more room for domestic issues to be talked about. Youth issues will be at the heart of all candidates' town hall in St. John City Hall tonight. It starts at 7 p.m. and it's going to focus on topics that our province's youth want to see as a priority for the next government. The Action Network is organizing tonight's Just Transition Town Hall as part of the efforts for Earth Day, which is today. Jude Benoit is one of the organizers of the town hall that kicks off at 7 p.m. this evening. They join me now. Good morning, Jude.
Good morning.
So why was it important for your group to organize this?
I must say, selfishly, speaking as a youth, I fear for the future of the province when it comes to jobs and industry. We know that oil is not going to sustain us forever. So the idea of a just transition into green jobs, into other types of industry, is something that is really that's something that I'm interested in.
Jude, what do you make of the various parties and how they have or haven't focused on the economy of the future?
I feel like all of us youth and anybody really, I feel like everybody is afraid when it comes to the ideas of transitioning away from something that we know so well. The oil industry is deeply embedded into Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as a lot of other industries that we know cause dangerous impacts to our environment. And I would like to think that all of the parties are concerned when it comes to the future of green jobs and when it comes to providing Newfoundlanders with jobs.
Yeah, it seems like so much of the party platforms seem to be focused on protecting the jobs of the past. What do youth need, or what do you need to hear from elected leaders moving forward?
I think we all just need to hear that they are open to a just transition, that they're open to finding new innovative ways of providing us with a growing economy. I grew up in Newfoundland as part of a generation of people whose most parents had to work away. So you would lose like whole families of people to the oil and gas industry. And I think I'm excited, but I'm also more than that. I'm extremely passionate about the idea that we can have a future where Newfoundlanders can stay and work here with their families and be safe and have jobs that are sustainable.
Every election, it seems like there's an effort to engage the youth vote, to encourage turnout. However, it doesn't always seem to work out when it comes out in the wash. What do you think it'll take to get young people interested in their own political futures?
I I guess not everybody can be a political nerd such as me, but I know I've spoken to hundreds of youth over the last year, and I feel like it's becoming something that more and more youth are getting interested in because we have to, right? Like, this is our future. The people that we vote for in this election will be defining and making the policies that impact us. So my hope is that youth just understand that all of this impacts us and that we do have a voice.
Jude, give us the details now of the event happening tonight at St. John's City Hall.
Okay, so it's tonight from 7 to 9:30 p.m. It's free. Everyone is welcome. There'll be candidates there from all across the parties. And we're just trying to create a pretty welcoming and open space. So there will be a chance to ask questions to candidates. There'll be a chance to hear some climate stories from other youth. And there'll be a chance to speak and talk with other youth and try to brainstorm some ways that we can work on a just transition.
And best of luck with the event tonight, and I thank you so much for joining us here this morning to talk about it.
Thank you.
That is Jude Benoit, one of the organizers of the town hall. It's Just Transition, that's what it's called, and it's organized by the Action Network, happening tonight in honor of it being Earth Day today.
Canada is having what many are calling the most consequential election in living memory. Tune into VOCM for all the information, insights, and opportunity to have your say. Your VOCM Mornings keeps you up to date on all the unfolding stories. VOCM's Open Line, where you can have your say. The decision makers will. You should too. The Tim Power Show will bring you insights and interviews to help make sense of it all. And of course, our award-winning news team will be on top of every story. We've got Newfoundland and Labrador covered. That's your VOCM.
Win big with the Healthcare Foundation Home Lottery. Take off with the BMW Z4 Roadster Early Bird Prize or $70,000 cash. Plus, be in for the $1.3 million Ocean View Grand Prize Show Home and $50,000. Plus amazing vacays and staycays. And add on to win big money with the 50/50 and cash calendar. Your support impacts healthcare right here at home. Buy now at hcfhomelottery.ca.
Conservatives have an economic plan for change. What can it mean for you? Lowering your income taxes by 15% so hard work pays off for a change. Ending the sales tax on homes so the dream of home ownership becomes your reality for a change. Approving pipelines, energy plants, mines, and resource projects so Canada can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change. You can't afford a fourth Liberal term because it's time to put Canada first for a change.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Come visit us at the Squid Jigger in Calvert, where the ocean breeze and stunning views await in the heart of the Irish Loop. Our homemade comfort food is as heartwarming as our friendly staff, making it worth the short drive from the city. Savor delicious homemade dishes, including gluten-free options and homemade desserts. Enjoy the cozy atmosphere, the deck overlooking the bay, and our generous portions. Call 709-432-3330 and follow us on Facebook for our full menu and entertainment events. Drop by the Squid Jigger in Calvert. Your taste buds will thank you.
To ensure your beverage containers are accepted at the Green Depot, prepare them properly. Please remove caps, straws, garbage, and liquid. Ensure labels are left on and containers are not crushed or broken. Give them a rinse, and they'll get the green light. Learn more at greendepotnl.ca.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games.
19 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
As another springtime arrives, it's time to finally get building. All your outdoor spring projects begin at Mount Carmel Building Supplies. Pick up shingles and get that roof in top shape with Ico Cambridge Lifetime Shingles. Give your home or shed a fresh new look with new siding in a variety of colors. They stock green and brown pressure-treated lumber, along with Trex composite decking. And finish off the deck with stunning and durable Century railings. Plus, get delivery anywhere on the Avalon. Spring projects begin at Mount Carmel Building Supplies. Call 521-2730.
I'm Jeff Budden, and I'm pleased to announce my partnership with Will Hiscock in Budden Hiscock Lawyers.
I'm Will Hiscock. Jeff Budden and I have been working together for over 14 years, representing survivors of abuse and people injured through no fault of their own. If you have experienced abuse in a school, foster home, or been injured in an accident, our team at Budden Hiscock Lawyers is here to get you compensation and justice.
Our law firm is a team of over 10 lawyers with over 150 years of experience.
Budden Hiscock Lawyers, 709-576-0077.
Hey, me again. That dinner was amazing, hey? I knew you'd love it there. Let's do it again. Next time, you pick the place.
Discover Halifax.ca.
You can't afford to miss this. The NLCA Build 2025 Expo is where Newfoundland and Labrador's construction industry unites. Hi, I'm Stephen Short, Chair of the Newfoundland and Labrador Construction Association. Learn about upcoming provincial projects, hear directly from transportation and infrastructure officials, network with leaders, discover opportunities, and find ways to get involved. Featuring 100-plus exhibitors, fireside chats, government reverse trade show, and the must-attend shed party. Taking place May 7th and 8th at the Jack Byrne Regional Sport and Entertainment Centre. Free general admission. Register at nlca.ca. Building starts here.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville, and Central. Showers or flurries ending around lunchtime, then cloudy. Northwesterlies gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds tonight. Northwesterlies 40, a low of -1. Sunny tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8. For the south coast, next couple of days, sun and cloud, winds at 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy overnight and a low of -4. And the west coast, southwest coast, northern peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30 and a high of 8. Mainly cloudy tonight, low of +1. Chance of showers tomorrow, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8.
This morning at 9, it's VOCM Open Line. The biggest conversation in Newfoundland and Labrador happens here on VOCM.
It is 13 minutes to 9 o'clock now. Well, it's hard to believe, but we're into the final couple of days for the VOCM Cares Community Spring 50/50 raffle. You have until midnight, Thursday, April 24th, to get in on this draw. And you just have to go to vocmcares.com to get your tickets. For more on the impact of this fundraising effort, the 50/50, I've got Sarah Newell, Development Coordinator with VOCM Cares, in studio. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Jerry Lynn. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad on this drizzly old day, but I'm excited because, man, our jackpot is growing every day. It's honestly so exciting for me to wake up. The first thing I do.
That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah,
here.
what's the jackpot?
How much am I winning, and when can I get out of here?
Right? It's up to, the whole jackpot's up to $63,000, which is way past double than what it was at this point last time. And of course, our last winner took home $72,000. So let's keep those ticket sales going, and hopefully it can just keep climbing and climbing. Especially the last day, it just climbs exponentially. Like, you see it jump and jump and jump by. It's like $5,000 each time you refresh. So keep on buying those tickets, and the more money you could win, and the more money we can give back to the community.
Exactly. True or false? The last 24 hours of this, you're going to be clicking every couple of minutes to see what is up.
Oh, I will. I'll keep the tab open on my computer screen and just keep refreshing. It's so exciting.
All right, so we have that money that's raised, and so it goes to someone for winning the ticket. But what sort of things does VOCM Cares do with their half?
With our half, it will primarily go into our program funding as well as our community services. So our program funding is basically the funding that helps all the charities across the province. So charities can apply for our funding, and we help people like 50 plus clubs, boys and girls clubs. We even just funded a search and rescue group. So, and a lot of things to do with health, safety, education, all that sort of stuff. So it goes directly back to folks across the province, which is really great, as well as to our community service programs like Buddy Bears, Happy Tree, Coats for Kids. It's so every ticket you buy goes directly back into your province and in aiding your community.
And I know what the Buddy Bears are, but for anyone who doesn't, can you quickly give us a summary?
Yeah, so the Buddy Bears are, I have one on my desk. He's absolutely adorable and cuddly. They are little stuffed teddy bears that ride along in the St. John's Fire Department fire trucks, and they give it to a child who maybe just went through a hard or traumatic situation to give them some comfort.
What have you heard from past winners of the VOCM Cares 50/50 draw?
Well, last winner, I've only been around for one winner because I only started this position in September, but it was Father Colonel, and he said with his winnings, of course, being, a father, he was going to give a lot of it back to his local food bank and put it back into the church, but I'm hoping that he maybe gave some to the kids or the grandkids, and also maybe he went on a nice trip or something. I hope he did some for himself too, because he deserves that.
What's the best way to get in on getting the tickets now?
Oh, well, the best way and the only way is go to vocmcares.com, and it's right there on the main page, big banner, says get your tickets. So you click that and you can get your tickets. It's also on our social media pages. So every morning I've been posting about it, counting down the days. So every time I post, the link is there, so go to our Facebook, Instagram, you name it.
Excellent, Sarah. Now, I know you can't win, but
No.
let's say today was the draw and you won the $30,000+. What are you going to do?
Travel. Easy
Oh,
peasy.
really?
Oh, gosh.
Where are you going?
I'd fly into Paris, and then I'd spend a couple days there, then probably take some trains to the UK, Scotland, and maybe Portugal because for the warmth. But yeah, I travel around Europe.
Yeah, you can really be a beach bum in Portugal.
Is it 30 grand you'd win?
That's what it is right now. It's going to be, hopefully it's going to be more than that.
See, I wasn't very good in school. I'm certainly no rocket accountant, and I thought it was like $1,000 or something. And I thought, I can get all the hot turkey sandwiches I want.
All right, so what would you do if you won
keep me in hot turkey
$30,000?
sandwiches for a week.
What would you do with the money, Russell?
30 grand?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Or more.
I'd buy myself a pair of shoes and a good haircut.
Nice.
Because I can never get a good haircut.
I would take my baby to see the parade. He wants to see the Formula One race in Monaco. Oh. I think that would cover it.
Oh,
my baby.
30 grand.
My husband.
you would go through 30 grand in Monaco pretty fast.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We'd live large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get lots of photos.
You'd have to splurge. I guess you'd have to be smart with it too, but
nope.
Do something fun. Do
Not
something
me.
fun.
That's pennies from heaven. I would just spend it frivolously.
I like to call it my drunken sailor fund.
Exactly. Sarah Newell, it's been great chatting with you this morning, and I can't wait to see who's going to win. You're going to be back in studio for that. When's the draw date?
The draw date is Friday morning here with you guys. Yes. So me and Janelle will be in here, and one lucky person is going to walk away with a lot of cash dollars.
There you go. I like the sound of that, and we'll chat again then. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. Sarah Newell, Development Coordinator with VOCM Cares.
All right, we're just about out of time here this morning, but do my eyes deceive me? No, they do not. Paddy Daly's in the big chair. He's ready to go for Openline, and he's up right after the news. You can get in touch with Paddy and have your say about what is on your mind this morning. So get ready to call. He's up right after the news. That's next here on your VOCM Mornings.
This community update is brought to you by the VOCM Cares Foundation. The VOCM Cares Foundation, strengthening communities in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Supporting your community has never been so rewarding, because when you show support for the VOCM Cares for the Community 50/50 lottery, you also get the chance to win cash. The VOCM Cares Foundation helps fund charities, community groups, and services across Newfoundland and Labrador. You could help make a difference and win the jackpot that's growing every day. Tickets are 1 for $10, 3 for $20, 10 for $50, or 25 for $100. Visit VOCMcares.com to get yours now.
I'm Claudette Barnes in your community. If you're at least 16 years old and passionate about singing in French, you're invited to join La Rose des Vents Choir, a community choir dedicated to singing together in French. Rehearsals take place every Monday at 7 p.m. at the Centre des Grands Vents, located at 65 Ridge Road in St. John's. Participants must register to renew their membership or become a member to join the rehearsals. For more information and registration details, please email info@acfsj.ca or call 709-726-4900. Experience the joy of music and singing in French with fellow enthusiasts. And as always, if you plan on hosting an upcoming event, tell us about it and we'll help you spread the word. Email your public service announcement to psa@vocm.com.
Local news now. A VOCM news update.
Become a member at vocm.com. Receive weekly newsletters and breaking news notifications as news happens. Your VOCM.
At 5 to 9, we have rain and temperature at 1 in St. John's. Good morning. I'm Sarah Strickland. The final federal carbon rebate is out in some Canadian bank accounts today. The rebate is out today for those who filed their 2024 income tax return by April 2nd. Those who filed after that time will get their payment once their return has been assessed. This is the final helping of the quarterly rebate, which was scrapped when the consumer carbon tax was removed last month. A single person in this province can expect to get $149, while a family of 4 is eligible to receive $298, with additional funds for those who qualify for the Rural Supplement. A breakdown of payments can be found on the federal government's website. A driver is without their motorcycle after colliding with an SUV in East End St. John's yesterday. First responders were called to the collision on Airport Heights Drive around 11:30 yesterday morning. There were no injuries, but the RNC discovered that the driver of the motorcycle did not have any insurance. The driver was charged for driving without insurance, and the motorcycle was seized and impounded. A new 18-hole disc golf course in the Airport Heights area of St. John's has become the latest target of vandals. In posts on social media, Avalon disc golfers, on behalf of Disc Golf Newfoundland and Labrador, say they've had to file a police report given a series of vandalism and damage to the course at the end of McNiven Place. They note the course was funded through grants as well as the city to bring a free and accessible opportunity for recreation to the already existing complex in Airport Heights. But there's been recent damage to the group's tee pads and signage, with the city and the RNC notified in an effort to deter a repeat. The disc golfers say they're not looking to expose those who are responsible for the damage, but are seeking cooperation from area residents and visitors. Meta is making some changes aimed at cracking down on young people who lie about their age on Facebook and Instagram. The technology giant will now use artificial intelligence to automatically identify teens who are younger than 16 and move them into restrictive teen accounts. Meta first rolled out teen accounts last year, designed to place more limitations on who can view and interact with a teenager's profile. The reimagined experience has built-in protections that limit who can contact teens, the content they see, and the time they spend online. Up next, we'll have traffic and your forecast.
Truck Month is on now at Terra Nova GMC Buick. Elevate your ride and get into a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 with as low as 0% financing for up to 72 months. With the Sierra's rugged capability, premium comfort, and cutting-edge technology, this all-in-one powerhouse package takes truck performance to the next level. Take advantage of 0% financing during Truck Month at Terra Nova GMC Buick and book your test drive today. Terra Nova GMC Buick, 595 Camno Road in St. John's.
There is a lot to worry about these days. In St. John's East, your Member of Parliament doesn't have to be one of them. The NDP brought us dental care and prescriptions. They fought for pensions, childcare, and housing. I'm certain Mary Shortall will join that fight in Ottawa for things that are important to people I know in St. John's East. You can vote for something you believe in. In St. John's East, that's Mary Shortall.
Authorized by the official agent for the Mary Shortall NDP campaign.
This VOCM traffic update brought to you by Island Furniture. Right now, save 25% off all furniture. No tariffs, no gimmicks, just big savings. 428 Empire Avenue and 50 Aberdeen Avenue. Island Furniture, where community comes first.
Well, we have wet roads in the metro area and heavy water buildup, which means, you really got to kind of dial back the speeds. Today, reduced visibility in the precipitation. It's wet through Clarenville and Central. Now, there are some dry patches on the west coast. Cornerbrook to Glance looking pretty good. And if you're heading up towards St. Paul's, Cowhead, you're going to see those dry roads. Now, once you get past Plum Point, roads are wet. That's your VOCM traffic. I'm Jerry Lynn Mackey.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville and Central, showers or flurries will end around lunchtime, then cloudy. Northwesterlies gusting to 70, a high of +4. A few clouds tonight, northwesterlies 40, low of -1. Sunny tomorrow and a high of 8. South Coast next couple of days, sun and cloud, northwesterlies 40, a high of 8. Tonight partly cloudy, low of -4. And the west coast, southwest coast, the northern peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30, a high of 8. Mainly cloudy tonight, low of +1. Chance of showers tomorrow, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8. Right now in St. John's, we have light rain and temperature at 1. Back with an update at 10, I'm Sarah Strickland.
This is VOCM Open Line. Call 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. The views and opinions of this program are not necessarily those of this station. The biggest conversation in Newfoundland and Labrador starts now. Here's VOCM Open Line host Paddy Daly.
Well, all right, and good morning to you. Thank you very much for tuning into the program. It's Tuesday, April the 22nd. This is Open Line. I'm your host, Paddy Daly. David Williams, he's produced the program. You'll be speaking with David when you give us a shout to get in the queue and on the air. If you're in the St. John's metro region, the number to dial is 709-273-5211. Elsewhere, toll-free long distance, 1-888-590-VOCM, which is 8626. So quick check-in at the Allen Cup up along in Ontario. The St. John's Rough Tech Capitals dropped the record to 0-2 with a loss yesterday against the Minto 81s. And Clarenville opened up their Allen Cup with a win over Dundas Real McCoy. So they play again this afternoon against Stony Creek. So good luck to all hands. Quick note, I heard Russell Bowers mention this morning that it was on this date in 2003 Patrick Roy played his final NHL game. Illustrious career, to say the very least. Of course, now he's coaching with the New York Islanders. He head coach of the Quebec Remparts in the Q, head coach of the Colorado Avalanche. So, of course, nickname was St. Patrick, all right? Played 11 years in Montreal, 8 years in Colorado, won the Stanley Cup 4 times, 2 with each franchises. In 2004, selected as the greatest goaltender in NHL history by a panel of 41 writers. But get this, he's the only player in the NHL history to win the Conn Smythe Trophy, the most valuable player in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 3 times. The only one to do it in 3 different decades, the 80s and 90s and 2000s. And the only one to do it with 2 different teams. When he retired, he had 551 wins, the most of all time at that point, of course, eclipsed by Martin Brodeur with his 691. And a quick baseball note. Poor old Jays. Ugh. On this date, Babe Ruth, in 1914, first professional game as a pitcher. A 6-hit, 6-0 win. People only think of Babe Ruth as a hitter, as a slugger. He had 94 wins as a pitcher. 94 wins this day and age in the major leagues is a reasonably good career. So there you go. All right, and this one is a little bit gross, but worth mentioning. We know that Hockey Canada came under fire, justifiably so, with the way they were handling allegations of sexual assault. The biggest case on that front, of course, was when 5 juniors, members of the Canada's World Junior team, in 2018, at a gala celebrating their victory, they've been charged 1 count each of sexual assault. The jury selection begins today. The trial is scheduled to last for some 8 weeks. And when Hockey Canada was quietly using a slush fund to sign agreements and to pay off folks who came forward and alleged that someone playing for Hockey Canada had committed a sexual assault. There's way too many cases, and this brought up an international focus on the case because these 5 guys were playing pro hockey at the time. A couple of them are still playing over in the KHL in Russia, but the trial and jury selection begins today. It's that whole air of the risks associated with, especially elite sports, for the athletes and the behavior of athletes against members of the general public and sometimes their own teammates. But that jury selection begins today. All right, and so Easter week. We know the schools are closed, and at this time, many parents may indeed decide to take a week off as well, because it's hard to come up with childcare for those the middlings. So anything under the education envelope, we really should put it back on the front burner. Whether you talk about curriculum adjustments, violence in schools, the way the cell phone ban has been enforced. Interestingly there, I've had teachers admit to me via email that some of them were quite vigilant in trying to control cell phone use in the classroom, mostly because of disruption, but other teachers saying it's not worth my while. You know, when we tried to enforce it, the pushback was real, it was emotional, and so they've now said, you know, they'll put out the broad warning, put away your phone, but maybe not doing much to enforce it, which I think is a mistake. But anyway, that's also adding to the workload for the province's teachers, but if you want to take it on, please do. And during this Easter week, of course, still plenty of news and commentary floating in regarding the passing of Pope Francis. We know that his funeral will be this Saturday. It's going to take weeks for the College of Cardinals, I guess the conclave, to elect a new pope as we wait the white smoke. But what's also interesting here is you hear stories of Catholic churches all around the world holding special ceremonies, special celebrations because of the passing of Pope Francis, who was, of course, the Pope for some 13 years. Regardless of your stance on religion, or whether or not you're pious, or whether or not you're a Catholic, to know that there's only one operational Catholic church in this region for any of these special ceremonies to take place is really quite something. You know, just think about it. Even if you're not someone who is a regular congregant or a person of faith, the fact that there is only one church in and around this part of the province for any of these celebrations or ceremonies to take place is really a remarkable shift in the landscape as compared to when we were growing up. Okay, someone wants me to put this back out there. There was questions about the IVF clinic, and it's coming in 2026, and it will be operated as a private clinic. Couple of things. So one of the questions was whether or not the subsidy from the provincial government will still be available. And that was increased from 15,000 to 20,000, and the answer is yes, it will be available. And it's obviously going to be very helpful. For folks who would not have the finances to travel up along, whether it be taking time off work, and the fact of the matter is, it may cost way more than $20,000 before you're successful. So when it's here or in the province, and it will reduce time you have to take off work, and it will be less costly, I think this is going to be a very good thing. There was also another email went on about the location of this private operated IVF clinic in the old Costco building up on Stavanger Drive. The question was a good one. Is when the province was long planning to expand clinical services, whether it be IVF or otherwise, and trying to, move some of these collaborative care clinics and some other diagnostic services off-site, say, for instance, the St. Clair's Hospital and or the Health Sciences Centre or hospitals right around the province. Knowing that they were going to need a big footprint, it is kind of interesting, and not in a good way, that we're now leasing space off a private company in that old Costco building. It's very much like the conversation regarding the Comfort Inn. And so anything under those two envelopes, please do indeed, if you're so inclined to talk about it here live on the program. All right, let's dig in a little bit. So today is the 55th anniversary of Earth Day. At the time, water and air pollution were completely out of control. So some 20 million Americans in colleges, schools, communities observed the very first Earth Day. It was championed by a senator named Gaylord Nelson. He's directly credited with this type of support, persuading members of the U.S. Congress, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, to actually tackle environmental issues. Because at the time, very few safeguards were in place. So within 2 years of celebrating the first Earth Day, the country, this is the United States, and we can talk about the states because this was where it originated. Within 2 years, they passed the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, established the EPA. They banned DDT. They reduced and removed eventually lead from paint. So now it's celebrated annually around the globe. On that front, I know there's been a letter penned by some 100 municipal leaders to federal parties about issues regarding climate change and any sort of controls that could or should be in place. It's kind of fallen off the radar a little bit. Like we kind of understand exactly what the major parties are talking about. And we know that the carbon tax has been reduced to zero. When it's amended in Parliament, it's going to be eliminated. People have some fears that it's going to come back in some form or fashion. Mr. Carney talks about the Liberals incentivising greener options. We know the Conservatives have talked about slashing carbon tax industrially as well as consumer, but also talk about some form of incentives for better choices. But we really don't know how either works. We have no earthly idea how much it costs, but these municipal leaders are asking for federal party leaders to lean in on it. In the last federal election, 66% of Canadian voters voted for a party that had a price on pollution. But it seems like the mind shift has really been very, very real, mostly about some of the controversy and or the bad faith discussions regarding the carbon tax. The Liberals handled it quite poorly, no doubt about it, and the last rebate is going out today, as a matter of fact. Looks like there's been some delay in it. I've heard from a couple of people already that said, you know, I was told I had to file my taxes by the 2nd of April to get the final rebate today. They did it in some circumstances, filed as early as March the 3rd from one family I heard from, and they don't have the rebate. So we don't have any updated information at this moment in time, but there you go. And it is kind of have fallen off the radar a little bit. There's lots of big issues facing the country, but that one seemingly not getting the attention it once did just some short 4 years ago. On that front, it's becoming more and more concerning as days go by with the lack of attention by the federal government, it's a federal Coast Guard issue, to try to deal with the MSC Baltic 3. Of course, a cargo ship that ran aground over a couple of months ago around Lark Harbour. So now they're finding tar balls on the shoreline. There is a lot of fuel on board. So whether it be Eddie Joyce or others in the FFAW, writing to the federal government to do something about it. And of course they have to. If there's a big storm and we talk about any sort of protection for the environment, it could be devastating for the area. So it's also galling that the company is not doing anything about it. So it's the Mediterranean Shipping Company. They're talking about not participating because of high costs. So they're looking for the cheapest option, and that would be to lean in on the Federal Coast Guard to take care of it. You know, there needs to be a road built for access to try to deal with this grounded cargo ship. But inside the world of Mediterranean Shipping Company, they are the largest shipping line in the world. They have over 900 vessels. The billionaire owner is the 42nd richest person in the world, and yet they're sitting back and seemingly don't care that the million-plus litres of fuel could leak into the Bay of Islands, which would have long-term negative impact, devastation. And so it doesn't seem like there's much action on that front, but there absolutely should be. Sticking with the water for a moment. So we heard from the Premier of PEI some while back saying he had a verbal commitment from Mark Carney to reduce the fees to cross the Confederation Bridge. And now Mr. Carney says, if successful in this election, he'll reduce it from $50 to $20. Mr. Poilievre says he's willing to take a look at it. Then, of course, when this province heard about any action to reduce fees on the Confederation Bridge joining PEI to the mainland, is what about Marine Atlantic? So Mr. Carney now says that he will lower it by at least half. Mr. Poilievre says he's willing to take a look at it. Same thing with Mr. Singh. He said he will indeed cut it if he was successful as well. All right, couple of things. So with the Confederation Bridge, to lower the fee, because it was built and operated by a private sector company who have full discretion to set the fees and to collect the revenues, that basically means the federal government's just going to write them a check, right, to keep that $50, the actual fee, but the travelers will only be charged the $20. With Marine Atlantic, it's as fundamental as much revenue is lost with cutting the fees in half will simply be a check from the federal government to the crown corporation that is Marine Atlantic. All right. It's a good thing for travelers, obviously. I'd like to pay less if and when I take a trip across the Strait on Marine Atlantic or across the Gulf. But the big question will be, and the focus for many, is the exorbitant cost, additional cost for the transportation of goods across Marine Atlantic versus the comparable kilometres travelled if you're on mainland Canada, is will we actually see any reduction in price? And it's not to be completely cynical about everything, but will it simply be reduced costs for the companies and consequently just increase profit? Or will that actually make its way into lowering the price of everything shipped across by Marine Atlantic? I don't know, but it's worth throwing out there. And I'm a little surprised that there's any real political appetite for it, given the fact it's sold out all the time. Because if people are saying, well, the ships are only half full because it's too expensive, then something would have to be done. But it's full, and if you want to take it on, we can do it. All right. So we can talk federal election because obviously we're just less than a week away from polling day. I guess I'm in the minority. You know, obviously Canadians are willing to make emotional decisions, and it's human nature, because we do know that even last Friday with the advance polls, which closed yesterday, that a couple of million Canadians voted on Friday. And it wasn't until the weekend where either the Liberals or the NDP released the costed platform, and we can dig into them. The Conservatives are releasing theirs today. All right. I don't really understand why we are not adamant in demanding costed platforms. You know, it's whether you're sick of the Liberals or you're fearful of the Conservatives or you think one leader is just like Justin or one leader is just like Trump. I mean, policies cost money. And we don't know exactly how any of their policies really work, and nor up until today, and I haven't seen it yet, for an actual costed platform for the Conservatives. If you do cocktail napkin math, over the duration of the campaign, the Conservatives have talked about some $140 billion in additional spending, and at the exact same time, saying every new dollar of spend will have to see a cut elsewhere. We don't really know what they're going to be. And even if you're a complete staunch Conservative supporter, some of these programs may be beneficial to you that might see some sort of cut. Look, reducing the reliance on consultants and however millions or billions of dollars are spent on it, that's a good thing. You know, it's long been a way for them to deflect from final decisions because they say, well, we got expert advice from one entity or another. And then it's even things like cutting the GST on homes. All right. So Mr. Poilievre, of course, has long said he's going to cut the GST on homes. And even if we look at an average hopeful issue on that front, so it's going to cost around $5 billion. Okay. So that's a loss to the general income. Then talk about a new number from the Conservatives is to build 2.3 million homes nationwide. Generally speaking, you know, even when we talk about the federal government's role in building homes, so whether you like the thought of government building akin to World War II, like Mr. Carney has talked about, and Mr. Poilievre's new number of $2.3 million, any sort of incentives there are going to cost a forecasted $1.5 billion. The biggest issue there, though, is most of the housing issues are where you live. Not from Ottawa, not from the House of Commons. It's about things like zoning laws and development fees. And yes, talking about incentivizing municipalities to allow for more quicker builds, which have been really quite sluggish over the years, we all know. But the feds play some role, but it's the municipalities that play the ultimate role here. So what does the future of dental care when asked? Is the planned expansion of dental care for Canadians between the ages of 18 and 64 going to take place? Probably not. Mr. Poilievre says he's going to preserve dental care as it stands today, and then to protect childcare, which I'm not really sure what that means. But the proposed expansion of dental care might not happen. And that's going to impact Canadians because your teeth don't know who you voted for. But the costed platform looks like I was one of the few who really thought that was important versus the emotions of looking ahead 4 years or looking back 10 years. And we can take it on as you see fit. And anything on that front. Guns, everything that's been bandied about, they're all important matters. If they're important to you, they're good enough for me. All right. This is unbelievable. All right. We do know, and we've just had a public inquiry regarding the bad actors, foreign countries, meddling in our elections. Chinese, Russians, Iranians, whoever, India, they're all at it. And it is hugely problematic. Regardless of which party they are supposedly supporting, the flow of disinformation is overwhelming. What is pathetic is that so many people who are actually citizens of Canada also participating in this nonsense. So Elections Canada has now been forced, based on social media and emails that I've received personally, about things about marking your ballot with a pencil or a pen. Both will do. As part of the law governing elections in this country, Elections Canada is obliged by said law to provide a lead pencil. It's been the same conversation for years. The issue with pens, which you are allowed to use, Elections Canada has chosen not to be in the pen business because, of course, they can recycle the pencils as opposed to the ink drying out or the ink leaking or bleeding and, of course, compromising your ballot. So that's why they use pencils. And you're allowed to use a pen if you want to bring one. But this is all about rigged elections. So I just don't understand why we would do it to ourselves. It's a self-inflicted wound. Elections Canada has very clear rules about how votes are cast and how they're counted. By law, 2 paid election workers do the counting. They do it in front of witnesses who do not work for Elections Canada. They're generally representatives of the candidates. So the elections here are secure. And we have to have faith. We do need federal government, whoever holds the position of power into the future, to do way more to protect ourselves from foreign interference. And like in BC, there's actually laws that oblige Canadians to understand the rules and not to spread disinformation. Like who is eligible to vote and who's not, where the voting stations are or where they're not. All these things that are false really do compromise people's faith in the democratic institution that is elections. So you can use a pen or a pencil. And the way the votes are counted here are now with Dominion voting machines, even though there's nothing wrong with those either. It's 2 paid election workers, by law, in front of witnesses. So I'm receiving way too many emails regarding the potential to rig the election here. It's not helpful. I mean, the divide that we feel, the foreign countries that are meddling in and influencing election outcomes here, that's all bad enough. But for Canadians, maybe just find out what the rules are before you tell me that, we're being forced to use a pencil, which someone says they're going to rub out. You get to secure and seal your ballot and drop it in a box. And we just explained the counting rules. So let's all try to do a little bit better on that front, because it's bad for, regardless of the party you're going to support, and governments will change hands. If we see a further erosion of faith in things like elections, that's going to have long-term impact regardless of who's going to be the governing party on next Tuesday, or 4 years after that, or 4 years after that, or 4 years after that. How are we doing on the phone, Dave? We're on Twitter. Wherever the OCM Open Line follows there. Email address, openline@vocm.com. When we come back, let's have a great show. Whatever's important to you that you want to talk about, please do pick up the phone and we can talk about it live on the program. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
I'm David Brazel, your Conservative candidate for St. John's East. Under the Liberals, the last 10 years have been tough. Debt has doubled, housing costs have soared, crime is rising, food bank lines are growing, and Liberal anti-energy laws are blocking Canadian projects and jobs. With over a decade in provincial politics, I know what matters to you, and I know how to get results. Now more than ever, we need a fighter in Ottawa. St. John's East is worth fighting for. On Election Day, vote for change, vote David Brazel.
Approved by the CFO of the David Brazel campaign.
Love your home and save on Canadian-made products at Atlantic Home Furnishings and Flooring. Freshen up your living room, family room, bedroom, and dining room this spring with Canadian-made products. Save 15% off all Canadian vendors. New arrivals and old favorites included. Plus, save on Frigidaire appliances all month long. Planning a spring renovation? Let them help with great offers on flooring, appliances, and furniture. Atlantic Home Furnishings and Flooring, 1114 Topsail Road. Proudly Canadian, proudly local.
At Lean Architects, they believe design is an adventure, not just a process. They create residential spaces that spark joy and elevate your everyday life, guided by collaboration, facilitation, innovation, and experience. Lean Architects turn your dreams into a delightful reality. Imagine a home that dances with light and laughter, designed to uplift your spirit. Discover how their creative touch can transform your space. Visit leanarchitects.ca or email hello@leanarchitects.ca. Lean Architects, where every design is a joyful journey.
Are you a homeowner still using oil to heat your home? Switch to a heat pump and save. Heat Pump Solutions is excited about the Oil to Heat Pump Incentive Program that will qualify you for a maximum rebate of up to $22,000. Many homeowners will incur no cost for this upgrade, but act fast before funding is exhausted. The qualification process is easy. Call today and learn how you can switch from oil to a heat pump and save. Heat Pump Solutions, your Fujitsu Air Stage dealer.
St. John's, get ready to feel the rhythm. The East Coast Music Awards Festival and Conference is taking over the city from May 7th to 11th. Artists from across Atlantic Canada are coming together to connect, collaborate, and celebrate the incredible sounds of the East Coast. Don't miss the highlight of the week, the 37th East Coast Music Awards Gala, presented by Rogers on May 8th at the Mary Brown Center. Get your tickets and weekend passes now at ecma.com and be a part of the celebration. ECMA 2025, where East Coast music takes center stage. Proudly supported by Stingray.
Moving can be a lot of hassle. New house, new town, new job. So don't go it alone. Make your next move stress-free with Household Movers and Shippers. With over 70 years experience, they can take care of all the details, from packing and protecting your valuables to getting you settled in your new home. Whether it's across town or around the globe, they can even store your items. Household Movers and Shippers. Whether you're moving locally, long distance, or even internationally, they're your relocation specialists. Online at householdmovers.ca.
Easter Seals Newfoundland and Labrador offers over 20 life-changing programs and services supporting children, youth like me, and adults with disabilities across the province. From recreation and summer camps to employment programs and equipment loans, we're breaking down barriers and building a more inclusive future. Donate today at eastersealsnl.ca/donate. Together we can create a more accessible and inclusive province for all.
Mark Carney is not change. Mark Carney is reading from the same Liberal playbook. He even has the same team and the same policies that gave Canada a lost decade. The same housing crisis, the same disaster on immigration, and the same soft-on-crime policies that gave us chaos and disorder across Canada. The same tax hikes and anti-energy agenda that made us so vulnerable. We can't afford a Liberal fourth term. The last 10 years were about the Liberals. The next 10 should be about you. Vote Conservative. Let's put Canada first for a change.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
VOCM Open Line is brought to you by Janes and Noseworthy, licensed insolvency trustees. When it comes to debt relief, do it once, do it right. Visit janesnoseworthy.ca. It's okay.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back. Before I forget, I meant to do it off the top of the show, and this is on a much lighter note. There's a locally produced feature film called Skeet. It's done by Nick and Mary Sexton, Rink Rat Productions. It's in Cineplex right now, here in the city of St. John's at the mall, and it's in theaters across the country. Sometimes when we hear it's local, then some people unfortunately think, well, it can't be that great. It's a terrific film. I saw it on Saturday afternoon with my wife. Dave Williams saw it last night, had the same rave review that I had. The acting is top quality. The story is very local, and I would highly recommend it. So if I didn't like it, I wouldn't mention it, but it's a terrific film. And if you have a chance to get over to Cineplex and catch it, please do. You won't be disappointed. Let's go to line number 1. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Hi, good morning, Patty.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk to you about the polling stations where you go and vote. You were talking about faith in Elections Canada. Well, I got to say, I'm really, really disappointed. I went and voted Friday in the center city, and the lineups were about an hour and 20 minutes standing there. Compared to 4 or 5 stations, there were only 2 and only 1 person at the table. So there was a lot of seniors, including myself. As we were standing there, a lot of seniors had to leave. They couldn't stand up for that long, and there was one man that was about to fall over. I had to ask someone, could you not get this man a chair? Like, what has happened to our polling stations? I'm beginning to wonder if you know, they don't want us to vote. It was absolutely crazy.
Well, a couple of things. My comments are about faith in the result. Not in wait times or access to a chair, what have you. I'm talking about how people cast the ballot and how they're counted and how the elections are secure in the process itself. That's what I was saying, and hopefully that is now clarified. On Friday, it was also record numbers. So when preparing for and I didn't vote at the advance polls. I like voting on election day itself, on polling day. But it was a record. 2 million Canadians voted on Friday, which is a remarkable number when you think about it. So the passion is out there. People's interest in this election is undeniable. I'm sorry to hear the wait times were as long as they were for you, and especially if we're talking about seniors standing in line for hours on end. But yeah, my comments are about faith in the result. And I do know when a record number comes out that there's bound to be some lineups, and I saw some pictures of some lineups outside some polling stations. So that's not ideal. On that front, we agree.
Yes, because I watched at least 5 or 6 people have to leave, and we're talking seniors now, that couldn't stand up any longer. I mean, that's ridiculous, Patty. It's almost like they don't want, even though you said the numbers are high, 2 million people.
Yeah.
But it's discouraging.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't want to wait very long to vote. I will wait because I've now reduced my opportunity to just one day and one afternoon and one evening. So I hope that it's a little bit more efficient than what you experienced. But yeah, I heard similar stories from right across the country with the unbelievable numbers of people that wanted to vote on one day because they had the day off, right? It was convenient. The weather wasn't bad around here on Friday. People weren't working because it was Good Friday. So I'm not surprised that they came out in big numbers.
Yeah, and I was just wondering why we went from like 4 or 5 tables of polling stations down to 2 and only one person manning that table. Like it used to be, you give your name, someone would cross you off the list, then someone else would give you your ballots. None of that anymore.
I don't think I've ever voted at an advance poll. Is this something that you generally do, vote early?
Sometimes, but
Okay.
even on election day, I mean, there's always more polling stations and always 2 people per table.
No, that's my experience too, is, someone's got the ruler and they're crossing off the voters list. The other person deal with the ballots. You're absolutely right. So I don't know if that's normal on advanced polling days. I have no personal experience because I've never done it. So I really don't know.
Okay. Well, just wanted you guys to be aware.
I appreciate you making time for the program this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Has anybody heard, anecdotally or otherwise, or has Elections Canada said anything about hiring workers to work at the polling stations? I don't know. Is there some sort of issue there that saw a reduction in tables and people at the actual table? I have no idea. I don't think I've heard anything out there. I've heard a couple of complaints about wait times in lineups and what have you, but yeah. Again, for clarification, when I talked about Elections Canada and the security of the results and how the votes are tabulated, that's what I'm getting at. It's not about chairs and lineups and those types of things, because they're going to be, I guess, inevitable if huge numbers come out at the same time, whether it be advanced polls or, like, for instance, the lunch break on Monday coming, or just after work for most people, or say 4:30, 5 o'clock. There's generally people want to pick their spot and go, and they think it won't be as busy. But there you go. And I was asked via email, I see it coming in the corner of my eye, why not talk about the tax cuts that are coming, as proposed by Mr. Polyev in particular? It's a huge number when we're talking about total reduced revenue for the federal government. But of course, people keep asking me, he's talking about a 15% cut. No, that's not actually what's being proposed. It's not 15% less in taxes paid. It's a 15% reduction in your tax bracket. So if you're in a 15% bracket, the cut of 15% is about 2.5%. So you're not going to pay 15% less in tax, because that adds up to, on the national front, somewhere around $50 billion. So that's not on the table. And plus, it was also clarified yesterday that the proposed tax cut, in particular from 15% to 12.75%, will be phased in over years, not immediate. So, and that's not me saying it. This is directly from the party itself. So anyway, let's get to the break. When we come back, whatever you want to talk about is exactly what I want to talk about. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
Every year on April 28th, the Millwright Regional Council, along with workers, families, employers, and community partners, come together to remember those who have lost their lives, been injured, or suffered illnesses from the workplace. This day serves as a solemn reminder of the importance of workplace safety and our collective commitment to preventing future tragedies. We renew our dedication to creating safer work environments and ensuring that every worker returns home safely. A message from the Millwright Regional Council, where safety is our highest priority.
Sun Heating and Hot Tub Pros, your trusted comfort specialists for over 50 years, are now pleased to serve you at their second location, 835 Topsail Road, Mount Pearl. Call, click, or drop in to request your free estimate on a central ducted or mini-split heat pump. Up to $22,000 in rebates available. View their selection of Canadian-made Beachcomber hot tubs with new stock arriving daily. With flexible financing options available, energy efficiency and relaxation can be yours today. Sun Heating and Hot Tub Pros, 709-364-8827 or 364-TUBS.
Guys, if your wife is giving you grief about snoring, she's not wrong. You may have sleep apnea, and it can be dangerous. No scare tactics, but you need to handle it. A sleep study is all it takes. Horizon Air has no wait list for sleep studies, no doctor referral is needed, and it's free. Call Horizon Air to cure the snore. Happy wife, happy life. 709-368-7600.
Horizon Air, helping you breathe easy.
278 Kenmount Road.
Hi, I'm Jerry from Island Furniture. Tariffs, no tariffs. Everyone's confused. But at Island Furniture, we've got you covered. Right now, get 25% off all furniture. No gimmicks, just real savings. We're proud to support our community. And now, more than ever, local businesses and families need a helping hand. So we're stepping up with big savings. Come visit us at both locations, 428 Empire Avenue and 50 Aberdeen Avenue. But hurry in for best selection. Island Furniture, where community comes first.
Are you tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep because of mounting debt? Debt can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. I'm Nancy Snedden, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Newfoundland. I'm here to guide you every step of the way so you can find peace of mind and finally rest easy. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book a free consultation and discover your debt-free future.
We take care of each other in Newfoundland and Labrador. That's just who we are. Our Healthcare Foundation embodies that care, improving our hospitals and health centers with your donations. When our hospitals needed new MRI machines, we made it happen. When our operating rooms needed a complete overhaul, we were there. Our birthing suites needed new equipment, so we delivered. We are your Healthcare Foundation. We take action so we can all take care of each other.
Conservatives have an economic plan for change. What can it mean for you? Lowering your income taxes by 15% so hard work pays off for a change. Ending the sales tax on homes so the dream of home ownership becomes your reality for a change. Approving pipelines, energy plants, mines, and resource projects so Canada can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change. You can't afford a fourth Liberal term because it's time to put Canada first for a change.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Next on the runway, it's you in a stunning pair of prescription frames from Cowan's Optical. We're slashing prices in half. Yes, all prescription frames are half price. Cat eye, aviator, round, rectangle. No matter your vibe, we've got the look to match your face and your budget. Cowan's Optical. See better, look incredible. All prescription frames have price as sunglasses not included. Bring in your prescription or just call to arrange your eye exam today. Check out our Facebook or visit Cowan's Optical near you for complete details.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back to the show. Let's go to line number 1. Jenny, you're on the air.
Patty?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the previous lady's question regarding just the one booth, on advanced polling.
Yep.
And I voted on Easter Saturday, and I questioned the same thing, and the lady said, no, that's usually what we do on advanced polling. We just have the one booth. So I just thought I'd clarify that for her.
And I'm glad you did, because I actually had a quick look around about what some of the rules are regarding, or the staffing levels for advanced polls. I found the same thing, is you will notice a difference on advanced polls. There's actually like a little warning that I found online. But, when... And whether this is about Elections Canada and money, probably is about how much money they spend on paying election day or election workers, pardon me. So I'm not going to defend it because, people don't have that kind of time to wait. And the older you get, it becomes even a longer day standing in a line. But I'm glad you clarified it. I found the same information, but hopefully on election day proper, because I think the voter turnout is going to be pretty significant this year for all the imaginable reasons. So hopefully it's not as bad on Monday.
And you know what, Patty? I voted in Carbonear, and they did have chairs there that you could sit on if the line was too long, which I thought was a nice feature. And the other thing, too, like you said just a few minutes ago, we had 2 million voters come out, and like you say, for the situation now and in our world and everything, I'm so happy that people are getting out and voting, and so it's an unusual time too. But I just wanted to clarify that for you, Patty. And I always listen and love listening to your show.
I appreciate it.
And have a great day.
You too, Jenny. All the best.
Yes, you too. Take care, Patty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And, at the exact same time, once again, I have the corner of my eye on my screen. And so this is from a listener, and she says, I voted Saturday mid-morning. Center City had no one ahead of me. Picked up my daughter from work at 4:30. She also went straight in and out. So I guess it does really boil down to many times to the time of day and luck of the draw as to how long you're going to have to wait or not. Like in this lady's case, no one ahead of her. Then picked up her daughter, and that was mid-morning. Then at 4:30, picked up the daughter. She also went in and out. That was Center City here in town. Again, just a friendly reminder, it doesn't matter if I brought it up. If you think we should be talking about it, let's do it. And you can prompt me with an email, or you can actually pick up the phone and join us live on the program. And this was, why not talk about healthcare? One of the main concerns of people right across the country, whether it be wait times or access to primary care, family doctor or nurse practitioner, say, for instance. Seems to me we talk a lot about healthcare here on the program, and understandably so. Everyone at some moment in time may indeed need to interact with the healthcare system. But on that front, we'll hear from different parties and different pledges. A lot of the responsibility really does boil back to the provinces. Healthcare, even though we know there's a federal healthcare transfer, which has been increased, it really does rely on provincial politics, provincial policy, provincial strategies to come up with healthcare professionals, which is why, a couple times in the past, and I think we should keep putting it out there, is like there's only 17 medical schools in the country, which seems like a pretty low number when we're talking about the geographical size of the country, when we talk about the population that is growing in the country. So maybe, just maybe, it's time to think about that a little clearer. Also, we've talked about examples, whether it be in Alberta or on Prince Edward Island, to expand training of rural physicians by having rural satellite learning opportunities, because we do know if you're a rural Canadian and you train at med school, the likelihood of you returning to a rural part of the country is greater, say, for instance, than someone who's recruited internationally. So that's one thing. Then it's the number of residency positions. So we know that there's an undetermined number of Canadians who trained abroad, and they can't come back and practice full-time because they can't get a spot as a resident. That's a huge problem. And then there's the opportunity presented with the current state of affairs in the United States. So we've set up an economic office in Boston. Probably a good idea. Most provinces across the country have offices representing their provincial needs in different parts of the United States. But, of course, looking for new partners and to talk about the economy and what have you, yeah, important stuff. But at the exact same time, there is an ongoing brain drain in the United States. So the ability now, I think, has increased to recruit healthcare professionals from the United States to come work in Canada, whether that be actual practicing healthcare professionals. Same thing with the world of scientists. And that's happening. And it's being aggressively pursued by different provinces in different forms. But that's not just about bringing the brains to the country. It's also about the amount of money that can be created insofar as economic wealth regarding the protection of intellectual property. Because we do a pretty good job in this country of researching and developing, not so great in monetizing or capitalizing on IP, which is one of the main drivers of economies around the world. So we've got an opportunity here. And Newfoundland and Labrador should be aggressive on this front. Even if people don't think it's a good idea to have a paid staffer working in Boston, and I seem to think it is probably a pretty good idea, if it even came down to one more person whose prime and sole focus would be on the world of healthcare, then, everyone here, regardless, once again, of your political leanings, access to a primary care practitioner is pretty important. And yes, we know there's more doctors and more nurses working in the province than ever before, but seemingly the wait time issue persists. Access to, for instance, a primary care practitioner is problematic. What's also interesting, before we take another call, is when the NLMA did a survey trying to determine exactly how many people in the province don't have a family doctor, what they also found is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% of people, when asked about the process to get a family doctor, did not know how to go about it. So it's important. If it's you yourself or someone belongs to you is talking about that particular issue, of which there are thousands of people in that circumstance, the only way to do it is to sign up, is to register on what they call Patient Connect. That's the pathway. It can take a long time. It took me almost a year on the list before I was assigned a family doctor, which I'm quite pleased with. She's on sabbatical at this moment. Looking forward to getting her back, but that's the process. You have to sign up with Patient Connect, And yes, it's not going to be like flipping a light switch and all of a sudden you have a family doctor, but that's the path towards getting one. All right, let's keep rolling here. Let's go to line number 1. Say good morning to Ward 4 Councillor here in the City of St. John's. That's Tom Davis. Tom, you're on the air.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning to you.
Happy Earth Day to you.
The same to you.
And to the listeners. I want to start off with a couple of reminders. The studded tire deadline is April 30th. I remind people to get those off as soon as possible. And also consider when it's time to replace your tires, maybe not getting studded tires if you live in a part of the province that maybe that's no longer required. A lot of people aren't aware that the rutting you see in the road, which we often blame on heavy trucks, has been indicated that it's mostly caused by studded tires physically wearing down the road. And that also causes, puts particulate up in the air, which we all breathe, and goes into the streams and rivers and ends up in the food that we eat as well downstream. So something to think about for next year. Now, some parts of the province, you can definitely make a strong case for having studded tires, but it seems like as the weather changes that studded tires are becoming less and less of a need, although I do hear them going around town, click, 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 throughout the winter. So something for people to consider for next year, but to remind people, get them off as soon as you can, weather appropriate, obviously.
Look, people have an emotional relationship with their tire. They really do. I mean, you can tell anybody, and this is not because I say so, because people who understand the world of tires tell us all the time. If you live somewhere where there's, predominantly hard-packed snow and ice, studded tires, absolutely right. But like, for instance, in the city with the slush or the spotty bare pavement, a winter tire is certainly better for grip and control. But people like studded tires. If they've gotten used to having them, then they continue to have them. And the road rutting, absolutely studded tires contribute to it, but there's a lot more to it than just studded tires. I'm not going to blame it all on that particular bit of rubber and spike, but anyway, there you go.
Okay, so Saturday morning I was invited out to do a cleanup, and the gentleman, a couple that invited me, had a death in their family, so they weren't able to make it. But I went out anyway, and I just want to issue a challenge for people around town and around the province. I spent 3 hours picking up garbage, a full truckload of garbage, but I tell you, I felt good afterwards. Although Sunday and Monday, I'm still feeling it in the back of my legs and the muscles that I don't usually use. But again, it was really satisfying to be able to look around and I drove by the same area yesterday and to know that you can make a difference. And I like to think that other people, I know a lot of people do cleanups. I just want to encourage people around the province and the city in particular, just get out, and it's a bit of exercise, and it makes a difference.
Yeah, fair enough. And now, I guess, when you have new things in your world, you notice different things. And with a new dog at home, I can tell you, the amount of dog poo that has not been picked up by the dog owners is ridiculous. Look, I know it's not the most pleasant thing in the world to do, but pick it up, clean it up. Anyway, leave it alone.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the more walked on trails, obviously has a higher concentration of animals, and therefore that's where you really see it. But it's also where the most people go. So I'll just echo what you had to say. If you have an animal and you're out and about walking or whatever else, please clean up your mess, because it is disgusting, and it takes away from people's enjoyment of our incredible walking trails and different parts of town.
Yep.
So Earth Day, 55th year, you talked about in the beginning, and it was amazing how we had this inflection point in 2020 when the world stopped, and we all became really hyper sensitive to the impacts we had on our environment, as very quickly places like Venice, you could see the water again, and everybody started changing, and the international finance started changing, and investments started changing, and we all collectively started moving in a certain direction, and it was really amazing. And I think in years to come, depending how we play out, if you use game theory, which is basically just if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and you watch how it trends, you can see how things will work out. And at the rate we're going, it's probably not going to work out that great. But I am hopeful. But one thing I wouldn't want to be in 100 years. I won't be, of course, in 100 years or 200 years, humans looking back and thinking, oh, if only in 2020 they just kept going. But we're kind of seem to be settling in again. So I just want to have a little chat about where we are, because it's amazing how not that long ago, when scientists spoke collectively humans would listen because we had a respect for science. But it seems like now everybody is more prone to listen to a very dynamic podcaster who puts images up and parrots things that plugs at our emotions and tells us what we want to hear. And you can dive into it, and it's also amazing that people who aren't experts in things can become very informed, which can be really good. There's a couple of things that a lot of people want to turn to. They want to talk about the fact that we're coming out of a sort of like a mini ice age, and this is natural and whatever else. But 2023 was the hottest year on record. 2024 came right behind and smashed even more heat records. 9 out of the last 10 years were the hottest ever. And it's really not a coincidence when scientists warned us about crossing 1.5 degrees of warming and what that would do to our planet potentially and the long-term impacts of that. Well, we did that in 2024, and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres didn't mince words when he said humanity has opened the gates of hell. And of course, in Newfoundland and Labrador, our memories are short. And it's too bad Earth Day is probably in April because a lot of times it's when, for a lot of the world, it's kind of a calmer time of year, and our memories are short, and we forget about the Labrador wildfires, where we had the largest evacuation ever. And our memory is short when we think about Fiona. And across the country, flooding, storms. In 2024, weather disasters cost Canadians $8.5 billion in insurance claims. That doesn't count damage to infrastructure and stuff that the province and the country repairs. Think about along the south coast with keeping on rebuilding breakwaters. In the U.S., they had 28 natural disasters in 2024 that were over $1 billion. Total $182 billion. Obviously deaths as well in areas that never experienced before, like up in North Carolina, up in the mountains, where they'd never seen a hurricane. It didn't really even seem possible that they could have hurricanes out there. It was one of the climate oases that scientists would recommend people going to. And Mark Carney, over the years, he's obviously been an advocate for taking action. And when he was the Bank of Canada, or actually since he was Bank of Canada, but before he was our Prime Minister, he said, if you're not adapting to climate change, you're not going to survive financially. And then, of course, our oceans are warming, and it matters. We're seeing it. Lobsters are moving away from Nova Scotia, moving up into parts of Newfoundland and Labrador where we never saw them before. The warmer water causes more powerful storms. Different wildlife, different marine life is moving more and more north. King Charles III summed it up: nature is not a luxury, it's our life support system. Labrador, obviously the indigenous people up there are seeing it. Sea ice isn't what it used to be. It's thinner, it melts sooner, it's less reliable. Seal hunting is more dangerous, cutting off access to traditional lands that the indigenous people would travel to prosecute their way of life. And it's not just inconvenient, it's a threat to their culture, their way of life. The late Pope Francis said it well: the climate is a common good belonging to all and meant for all. He was actually the only pope to ever use the highest level of canonical order to call for human action on man-caused climate change. Minister Dempster stood in the House last week and said that Newfoundland's emissions were down to, I think she said 1995 levels. But of course, the Come By Chance refinery is shut down. Some of the offshore oil fields were shut down last year. And there are people converting to heat pumps away from oil heat, as well as there are people converting to EVs. Stephen Harper acknowledged it years ago that the carbon age won't end because we run out of oil. It'll end because we find something better. And I think it's been demonstrated when you look around the world that there are other options, and countries are turning to them, and all the countries in the world are. United States, Canada, China, all around the world. There's photovoltaic cells coming online. There's nuclear is coming back. Canada is actually a leader in small and medium scale nuclear reactors. wind as well. And I know you've talked about it, that the insurance companies get. I mean, there are large parts of the United States that you just can't buy insurance anymore. There are parts of St. John's, Newfoundland, you can't buy insurance because you're in a flood zone. And it's just a real reality. So not only is our insurance all going up to pay for all these natural disasters, there are some parts of the world that you just can't have insurance. So that obviously has long-term impacts on the people who live there.
Yeah, I do have to get going. But, even people talk about groceries. If you ask farmers, it's not input costs, it's not carbon tax, it's floods and droughts and bugs and fires that are contributing to some of the huge spikes we've seen in food. And last one very quickly, I'll give you the final thoughts. Predominantly in this country, the conversation with climate change has unfortunately not been about actual policy. It's been about people have a direct link now baked into their minds that if you say climate change, you're saying carbon tax. No one's saying that there's a one-size-fits-all. There's not only one solution available here, but that's exactly what's happened to the climate change conversation in this country. For so many people, when they hear climate change, all they hear is carbon tax. And we know what the polls look like there. We know what the political pressure was to eliminate the consumer carbon tax. And I really, truly believe that's what people hear when they hear climate change is carbon tax. And that's been a political hot potato. Final 30 seconds, Tom, because I got to go.
Well, President Obama said that we were the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and the last generation could do something about it. And climate anxiety is real. Like you said, 55% of all the people who voted in the last federal election voted for a party that had a plan for climate change, a cost on carbon. We all can do something about it, and we need to, because it's all going to happen again. And everybody can do something on it, whether it's picking up garbage or maybe choosing a smaller vehicle or just consuming less. You don't have to turn your life upside down. You don't have to turn your world upside down. But if all of us make a small difference, it will make a big difference in our province, in our country, and in the world. So I encourage everybody to be educated and to be part of the solution as opposed to part of the problem. Have a great day, everyone.
You too.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, let's get a break in. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
I'm Jillian Ryan, audiologist of New Life Hearing. Every patient tells a different story. Al came to New Life Hearing with a long-standing hearing loss and was a hearing aid user. Even with his hearing aids, he was struggling. He'd lost his independence. Through extensive counseling, review of several types of technology, and a take-home demo, he was overjoyed. Now he can attend doctor's appointments on his own and senior social events with friends. He got his independence back. Do you see yourself in Al's story? Check out our website to read other patient experiences and contact the audiologist of New Life Hearing to start your hearing journey today.
There are some things in life you want to do right the first time.
All right, my man. Tattoo's done. Check it out. Mom only has one O. Ooh.
When it comes to debt relief that lasts, do it once and do it right with the licensed insolvency trustees of James & Noseworthy, your NL's dedicated team, call center free, with over 40 years of helping thousands to gain the confidence and support to get out of debt and stay out. Chat live with us today at jamesnoseworthy.ca. It's okay.
The federal election is on Monday, April 28th. Are you planning to vote? Check your voter information card or visit elections.ca to find out where and when to vote. Polls are open for 12 hours. Don't forget to bring accepted ID. If you're not registered to vote, you can register at your assigned polling station.
For the official information you need to vote, visit elections.ca or call 1-800-463-6868. It's our vote.
When you get into a new Tundra, you might suddenly find yourself towing a vintage wooden boat to the lake. Not because you know anything about boats, or would, but because you know you can. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 Tundra 4x4 Double Cab SR from $340 bi-weekly for 60 months. Price includes additional fees, taxes extra. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Atlantic Toyota dealer today.
To ensure your beverage containers are accepted at the Green Depot, prepare them properly. Please remove caps, straws, garbage, and liquid. Ensure labels are left on and containers are not crushed or broken. Give them a rinse, and they'll get the green light. Learn more at greendepotnl.ca.
Whether you're a student, engineer, architect, contractor, electrical mechanical pro, or in heavy civil, you belong at the NLCA Build 2025 Expo. Hi, I'm Stephen Short, Chair of Newfoundland and Labrador Construction Association. Join owners, procurement officials, suppliers, manufacturers, and trade contractors for networking, exhibits, and discussions about our industry's future. Attend fireside chats, learn from leaders, and connect with those driving our construction sector. Taking place May 7th and 8th at the Jack Byrne Regional Sport and Entertainment Centre. Free admission. Register at nlca.ca. Build your future at the NLCA Build 2025 Expo.
Discover the Newfoundland Embassy Pub and Eatery, across from the Mary Brown Center. Experience a warm and inviting atmosphere where everyone feels safe and included. Enjoy delicious baked, not fried food, and explore 29 beers on tap, all at affordable prices. This cozy space, created by a local family, offers events every night and a private room for gatherings. Don't miss their community partnerships and, of course, Lars' famous custard cones. Visit their website for the full calendar and become part of the friendliest little pub in the North Atlantic.
As the weather warms up, that means more time outdoors, from beach days to bonfires and everything in between. And while you're enjoying the season, Wilson Security is here to help protect your home. With 24/7 monitoring, you'll have access to your high-def cameras from anywhere using their convenient smartphone app. You can relax knowing your home is monitored against intrusions, smoke, water damage, and more. Wilson Security's expert technicians ensure your home and business protection works together. Conditions apply. Get started today with a free consultation. Visit wilsonsecurity.ca.
Torn between two paint projects? Why not do both with buy one, get one free at Dulux? Double the paint, double the reasons to do it now and do it for less. But hurry, offer ends May 5th. Visit your local Dulux paint store today.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Bigland FM radio network.
Welcome back to the show. Let's go to line number 3. Good morning, Sherry. You're on the air.
Good morning, Patty. How are you this morning?
Excellent today. Thank you. How about you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Calling in about a trivia night that we have happening in support of Empower the Disability Resource Center, and hoping to get some folks out to join us for some fun. So that is happening this Friday, April 25th, 7 p.m. at Westside Charlie's in the Village. Just $40 a team, with up to 4 players on a team. So you're looking at, basically $10 a person to join in on the fun. Some great prizes, some 50-50s, and we'd love to see some folks come out to offer a bit of support to our organization, but also, of course, to have a bit of fun and hopefully win the trivia comp.
Absolutely. So while we pump the bit of fun that trivia obviously is, tell us a little bit about Empower to pique people's interest.
Absolutely. So we are one of the best kept secrets that we're certainly trying to get that secret out there. We are a cross-disability organization, and we offer resources and holistic programs and services to people with disabilities right across the province. So when I say holistic, that means our services are provided in a way that really naturally fits an individual while recognizing all of the facets of life. So we offer support and advocacy around issues like housing or personal care support, but we also offer resources and guidance in careers, technology, and so many opportunities for recreation and learning, and even an accessible garden where folks can come and do some therapeutic gardening or, of course, grow some veggies. So we've got lots going on, lots to support here at Empower for sure.
I know a bit about Empower because we talk about the issues regarding the disabled community all the time. I'm not going to press you on disability advocate or any of that kind of stuff here this morning. We can just pump the tires on trivia, but I'd love to have you back on to talk about some other issues regarding the disabled community or people living with disabilities and what's missing in public policy. Give us the trivia deets one more time, Sherry.
So that's Friday, this Friday, 7 p.m. at Westside Charlie's in the Village. For more information, you can email us, info@empowernl.ca, or give us a call at the front desk, 709-722-4031, and just leave a message, and we'll get in touch to make sure you've got the information.
Good luck with this, Sherry, and I welcome you back on the show to talk about some other public policy issues.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I look forward to chatting again soon.
Thanks, Sherry. Take care.
Cheers.
All right, bye-bye. Let's take a break for the news. When we come back, there's a caller in the queue to talk about illegal drugs. Don't go away.
You're listening to the VOCM Bigland FM radio network. Stingray radio stations. Local news now. A VOCM news update.
This news is presented by Rogers Moyse Lawyers. They stand for you. Call 722-3777. Rogers Moyse.
At 10 o'clock, we have some light rain, winds gusting to 70 over at the airport. Good morning. I'm Sarah Strickland. An oil industry insider is pointing to what he calls extremely encouraging signals around Bay du Nord. Equinor put the pause on the project for up to 3 years in a shock move back in 2023, saying they needed time to find efficiencies. Rob Strong points to information in an Energy NL daily bulletin last week that he says was promising. He states that it included notice of a Bay du Nord open house series, which will consist of 2 information sessions to talk about the latest on the Reshape Bay du Nord project concept, including upcoming milestones. While Strong believes that is a positive indication, it does come with a caution.
There's no indication that this means a project go, because that's subject to what we call FID, financial investment decision. But it's going to be interesting because it's going to have an opportunity for the local business community and the supply community to get up to speed as to where they are, what their schedule looks like, what their current thinking. And I say current because thinking about offshore development is changing every day.
The first session is scheduled for April 29th and the other will be May 14th. A complicated weather system that brought a mixed bag of conditions to the island over the long Easter weekend will begin to move off today. It has been a dreary start to many eastern areas of the province, including Metro. Environment Canada meteorologist Wanda Batten says the flurries and showers will drop off throughout the morning, but the winds will stick around.
We still have some strong northwesterly winds pretty much over most areas as well, and that's expected to persist throughout the entire day today and into tonight. Cloudy conditions are expected as well in these eastern areas on the backside of that system. It is still anticipated to clear out by Wednesday. Looks like we've got a nice little ridge of high pressure moving in from the west, and we do have it's actually some nice clear skies on the southwestern part of the island, and that's going to make its way across through the tonight period into Wednesday.
The system brought some significant snowfall to western and central. While no records were broken, Batten notes it is unusual for this time of year.
We did have a winter storm warning in effect for the Green Bay, White Bay area, and they did end up receiving 36 centimeters of snow. And I don't know if you noticed, we had snowfall warnings in for a lot of areas as well, so like the northeast coast, central, western areas, as well as the Great Northern Peninsula. And most areas got between 10 to 15 centimeters underneath those warnings, so it was quite unusual for this time of year.
The Newfoundland and Labrador Teachers Association is holding its biennial general meeting in St. John's beginning today. The 3-day event will see over 200 NLTA members converge at the Sheraton Hotel to debate and discuss various resolutions, as well as take in other sessions and speakers. The convention will also be the final one for Association President Trent Langdon, as incoming President Dale Lamb begins his term on August 1st. Langdon says he is going into the event with mixed emotions.
I'm excited to see what the next phase is going to be, but at the same time, I'm going to miss this place big time. I felt it's been an excellent 4 years. I feel we've accomplished a lot. Won't be going anywhere too far. I'll be past president for 1 year, but the role is much different, obviously. It's more advisory as past president. But yeah, just looking to support this organization further as in years to come. I'll be heading back to the classroom. I certainly miss working with children. And, that's the pleasant part of all this, of having to go back there, but definitely going to be sad to leave the role.
The event starts today and ends on Thursday. Up next, I'll have your full provincial weather forecast.
When my daughter got her license, I told her
a list of rules that was 10 feet long.
To just stay safe. But accidents happen, and after that collision, she needed a lawyer. I thought it was going to be difficult.
So stressful.
But then we called Rogers Moyse.
And they really took care of me.
They were reliable, and they made her feel safe and secure.
I really trusted them.
And now I do too.
Rogers Moyse. We stand for you. Call Rogers Moyse Lawyers at 709-722-3777.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville, and Central. Showers or flurries will end around lunchtime, then cloudy. Northwesterlies gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds tonight, northwesterlies 40, low of -1. Sunshine tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8. South Coast next couple of days, sun and cloud, northwesterlies 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of -4. West Coast, Southwest Coast, Northern Peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30, high of 8. Mainly cloudy tonight, a low of +1. Chance of showers tomorrow, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8. Happy Valley Goose Bay today, sun and cloud and a high of 8. Partly cloudy tonight, low of -4. Mainly cloudy tomorrow and a high of 8. Labrador West, mainly cloudy today, a high of +2. Periods of light snow for this evening, a low of 0, and that light snow will end tomorrow afternoon with a high of +2. And the North Coast for the next couple of days, mainly cloudy skies and a high of +2. A few clouds tonight and a low of -5. Right now in St. John's, we have some drizzle, temperature at 2, and winds gusting to about 70 over at the airport. Back with an update at 11, I'm Sarah Strickland.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back. Let's go to line number 1. Caller, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, Patty?
Doing okay. How about you?
Not bad at all. I'm just calling in, I guess, federal elections and everything else at all the parties. But on the 16th of April, I read an article on CBC News relating to the Officer of the Medical Examiner reports 61 drug-related deaths in the province. There's 34 of them related to cocaine. 34 deaths in Newfoundland. I don't know if that's just on the Avalon, because it came out from the chief medical examiner. 34 of them, and one of them was a 14-year-old girl, died of an overdose of cocaine. Now, I don't know, but did that upset people or what? That there's children dying of cocaine overdose?
Upsets me. I talk about drugs on this show all the time. I talked about that exact story when it was covered by Dr. Nash Denich, who was the chief medical officer here in the province, and it should trouble everybody. I mean, I even this morning talked about the fact that the schools had to issue a warning to parents, about pills that are stamped as Xanax, but they're not. And kids are dropping dead around the country. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, it upsets me, man. I am so pissed off this week to read that, and I listen to your program all the time, but especially the last couple of years I've been home, and and I'm just trying to get it out. This is my first time calling, but what seems to be the problem? We can't deal with this drug-related this drug problem. Here's my thought. Here's my thought.
Yep.
We talk about the healthcare system. We talk about we're talking about drugs. How much of these drugs are dumped in on the healthcare system? We talk about mental health. How about all the people that generally need mental help are overwhelmed by the drug-related, stuff that's dumped onto healthcare on top of people that normally need healthcare problems. The mental health that normally need mental health problems, and now we got this drug-infected mess dumped on it that nobody does nothing about it. There's nothing done about it. Because if there was anything done about it, we would have this under control. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't pretend to have the answers, but I don't know.
Here's the other thing about drugs. It comes under the federal government. The provincial government got nothing to do with drugs because it's federal. It's done by the RCMP and the federal government and the federal prosecution. Right? And here you go. You got the police selling drugs. You got the doctors selling drugs. You got everybody selling cocaine, and now everybody. A lot of people are dying over it. So I don't know if I went down on Water Street and started giving around cyanide, they'd have the French Foreign Legion out looking for me and tracking me down to lock me up. Right?
There's a lot there.
Also, to deal with drugs, this thing about picking up this crowd on the street and filling up the jails with addicts is not the problem. The problem is the crowd that are making the money. And you know how you deal with them? You bring in the police, you bring in the military, you hire chartered accountants, and you hire accountants. Now you set up a program, and everybody that's trafficking this stuff, making profits, lock them up. Not the people that are using. The users are not the problem. The crowd that are bringing this in need to be locked down and made an example of. Anti-drug profiteering is under the Narcotic Control Act. It's never used. So I go in, and if you're trafficking drugs, I take your house, I take your boats, I take your cars. We haul up all your economic behavior for the last 10 or 15 or 20 years, and you can tell me where you're spending your money or where you're getting your money is the other thing, where the money is coming from. You know, you got the TD Bank laundering $150 million. Are we for real? Right? You know, everybody's at it. You know?
You're not wrong.
About, right off the bat, Trump comes in and he wants to spend $150 million on the border between the U.S. and Canada. I never see anybody lugging a ton of coke on their back across Saskatchewan. How about this Atlantic Ocean out here that they're hauling it in boatloads? And we've been through that in the courts with boats, tons of cocaine, and nobody going to court over it. So it blows my mind. It blows my mind why we won't control this shit.
Okay, let's dig into it a little bit. There's a couple of there was a lot that you just said there. Like, for instance, the drugs of today are not the drugs of my youth. I mean, there was no opioids, which is a huge part of this problem, even though cocaine was the number one contributor to overdose deaths. So the addictions that we see in the community regarding opioids, it's something that's just a couple of decades old. And it's a complicated issue. Like, for instance, tough on crime, tough on drugs. Everyone believes that we have to do more because society is in a terrible place with the numbers of people addicted to very dangerous illicit drugs. Some of them are toxic. Some of them will drop you dead where you stand. Exactly. And then it's the concept of tough on crime. The war on drugs, if we're being honest, the war on drugs was a huge failure. And I'm not saying that we don't chase the drug dealers and the drug traffickers and the cartels right to the end of the earth because we have to. I mean, there's no option but to do it. But the war on drugs that has cost trillions of dollars hasn't worked. Yep. And so where the answer is, I don't pretend to have one, but I think we have to try to, take some lessons from history. If you look at just even the United States, so the amount of drugs flowing into the United States from south of their border is extraordinary. And of course, we've got our own problems here. We've got gangs that have set up shop, and the amount of drug labs in this country is completely out of control, and we need to do everything to shut them down and to punish people who are doing it. But the unfortunate reality is there's so much money is that every person we lock up, there's someone coming right behind them. So how do you nip that in the bud? That's the real problem here, is the backfill. People are lured by the amount of money they can make from selling drugs. And they have an endless customer base out there. And the war on drugs, whether we like it to hear it or not, just didn't work. And I mean, it continues to this day.
That's my pure point. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? There's no sense in picking up Buddy on Water Street because you got a couple of grams of coke in his pocket. They're not the problem. Because now you got your jails full of fellows that are users. That's what you got. You got the jails full of users. Where's it? Where's all this? Where's this anti-drug profiteering laws? Where are they? What do we do? Does the Constitution stands in the way of us doing our job?
I don't think so.
The Constitution. They're killing people. I tell you what, if it was my 14-year-old daughter that the Mountie showed up at my door in the nighttime and told him she died of an overdose of cocaine, I tell you, I'd bring a war on somebody. Because I'd be the biggest vigilante that ever walked on the face of this goddamn earth. Because nobody wants to do anything. It's easy to do. It's not complicated. Fucking look around. But if you got a $100,000 boat and a $1 million house and every toy that's invented, and you can go on 14 holidays a year and you don't work, where are you getting the money? Like, where's the money come from? That's what that section's for. And there's nobody. Go down into courts. Go across Canada. See how much anti-drug profiteering files are done. There's probably none. There's nothing done. There must have been something done with the Toronto Dominion Bank to find out where they're getting $150 million laundered money.
It's more than that. They launder much more than that. They're facing fines that are 10 times that. It's
billions of dollars, and they do nothing. It's insane. They don't want to do nothing. That's as simple as that. The last 10 years, there's nothing done with it. And I'm not picking on the Liberals or anybody else, but there's nobody doing nothing about it. And I can't see why. Everybody says it's complicated. It's not that fucking complicated. When you look around.
Just stop cursing, will you? All right, we got to dump that one. All right, so look, the drugs on the street is a huge problem. And, you know, I think he was making a relationship between mental health and drugs. You know, even when we talk about just how much of the crime can be direct, especially serious crime, can be directly tied back to drugs. And I think that's indisputable. That has an impact on people's mental health. Of course it does. If you feel less safe, that's a distinct experience of anxiety and worry, which complicates and compromises your mental well-being. So it is a huge issue. And where we actually can find pragmatic ways to reduce, you know, for the vast majority of this, it's about prevention on the human side, on the individual side. Yes, law enforcement has an obvious role to play here. Of course they do. And we need to do way better in this country, whether it be at border security and or clamping down on the number of drug labs that we've seen. Remember, it's not that long ago, the RCMP in the interior of British Columbia closed down the largest super drug lab that we've ever seen in this country. So it's there. It's right in front of us. Then there's things like, I mean, the cocaine issue, I don't know exactly what's going on, but you hear references to the purity of it now, which is much higher and consequently much more dangerous than it was in years past. I don't know what's led to that. And then it's all the different compounds that lead to, as they call them, precursors, that lead to making fentanyl. So they're sneaking it in. We don't do enough even at the country's ports. If people want to spend more money on examining and opening up shipping containers, fair enough. Because that's where the vast majority of it comes in, right? I mean, if you just look at the Port of Montreal, so many containers go undetected, unexamined, unopened, and consequently, what do we think is going to happen? So you might not have a fentanyl pill coming in a container, but you might have one container that has one of the precursors, another container has another one of the precursors, and then consequently, the very savvy drug gangs, they've got it figured out, and we've got to get out in front of them. I worry about drugs all the time. I talk about it on the show all the time, whether it be the relationship with public safety, interaction with the criminal justice system, and with the healthcare system. It has become a bigger problem than ever before. Let's take a break. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
St. John's, get ready to feel the rhythm. The East Coast Music Awards Festival and Conference is taking over the city from May 7th to 11th. Artists from across Atlantic Canada are coming together to connect, collaborate, and celebrate the incredible sounds of the East Coast. Don't miss the highlight of the week, the 37th East Coast Music Awards Gala, presented by Rogers on May 8th at the Mary Brown Center. Get your tickets and weekend passes now at ecma.com and be a part of the celebration. ECMA 2025, where East Coast music takes center stage. Proudly supported by Stingray.
It's time for your Money Minute with BDO License Insolvency Trustee Nancy Snedden. Nancy, what are some signs that someone's credit card bill has become too much?
This is something I know many Canadians are struggling with. Many are relying on credit cards just to get by. But when credit cards go from being a tool to a lifeline, it can be hard to break free from debt. If you find yourself only able to make the minimum payments on your bills, you're not alone. When you make minimum payments on your credit card, though, it can take years to pay off the balance and cost you far more money in interest over time. Another sign that you might be going through intense financial stress is if you're constantly moving money around from one account to another just to cover your credit card bill. If this sounds like what you're going through, I invite you to take the first step and give BDO a call. As a licensed insolvency trustee, I can negotiate with your creditors to lower your payments to an amount you can afford. I can even work to lower the total amount you owe.
Take care of your financial health. For more helpful advice on managing debt, visit bdodebt.ca to book a free consultation.
Hello, this is Chris Deliberatory, the Regional Executive Vice President for the Public Service Alliance of Canada in the Atlantic. The PSAC reminds you that April 28th is the International Day of Mourning, a day when we commemorate workers who have been killed, injured, or who became sick because of their job. On this day, unions, families, and community partners will gather together to make sure these workers are not forgotten. On Thursday, April 28th, let's pause to remember those we lost, who got sick or hurt on the job, and commit to a safer workplace. A message from the PSAC Atlantic.
I'm Mary Shortle. I've spent my whole life fighting for others, fighting because I believe that things like housing, healthcare, and affordable groceries are rights, not privileges. St. John's East needs a member of Parliament who will stand up for them in Ottawa and put them first. Someone who will protect the services we rely on. Someone who is a fighter, not a follower. This election, I'm asking for your vote.
Authorized by the official agent for the Mary Shortall NDP campaign.
Easter Seals Newfoundland and Labrador offers over 20 life-changing programs and services supporting children, youth like me, and adults with disabilities across the province. From recreation and summer camps to employment programs and equipment loans, we're breaking down barriers and building a more inclusive future. Donate today at eastersealsnl.ca/donate. Together we can create a more accessible and inclusive province for all.
Next on the runway, it's you in a stunning pair of prescription frames from Cowan's Optical. We're slashing prices in half. Yes, all prescription frames are half price. Cat eye, aviator, round, rectangle. No matter your vibe, we've got the look to match your face and your budget. Cowan's Optical. See better, look incredible. All prescription frames have price as sunglasses not included. Bring in your prescription or just call to arrange your eye exam today. Check out our Facebook or visit Cowan's Optical near you for complete details.
Goodbyes are never easy, but when you're saying goodbye to winter, things change. It's time to kick off those winter tires and get ready for the open roads. Call your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer to book a seasonal tire changeover, included free with our Peace of Mind maintenance service. And if your tires could use an upgrade, enjoy our tire price match guarantee or our buy 3 tires and get the 4th free offer. Offers are exclusive and can't be combined. We built it. We know it.
VOCM Open Line is brought to you by Janes and Noseworthy, licensed insolvency trustees. When it comes to debt relief, do it once, do it right. Visit janesnoseworthy.ca. It's okay.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back. Let's go. Line number 2. Sean, you're on the air.
Good morning, Patrick. How are you?
Doing okay. Thanks. How about you?
Good, thank you. I want to first acknowledge, like many around the globe, the death of our Pope. Amazing guy, and what he's done for the poor, downtrodden, and a lot of other not so vocal people in the world. And it's a big loss, and let's hope we get someone like him who's going to back him up and the work he's done. So that's just a note. We spend a lot of time talking about things like all the things that are going on, but behind the scenes and even out front, even up until his last day, he put everything he had into making that last day worthy, whether it's meeting with Vance, hoping to change what they're doing around the world or not doing around the world, and then making a small speech in front of all the crowds in Vatican or outside the Vatican, and then kissing a baby and blessing the baby, as his Pope-mobile rolled through the streets, and then to his final back to his apartment, and then, as we know, he passed away. Amazing man, and I just want to acknowledge that.
Okay.
Second thing, the cocaine thing. So as you know, I used to be a criminal journalist, and I used to see all this in the initial stages when, as you said earlier, we didn't see so much cocaine. We saw a lot of weed around, and whether it's Ireland's Eye or anywhere else where stuff was brought in here, we can have some kind of a boat come in on shore almost anywhere and have someone waiting for them on shore to take it and then go break it all down and cut it and everything else that they do. But I think, containers is probably where a lot of it's coming in and in other forms. And we're on an island. We should be able to stop it. And I think, sniffer dogs and whatnot, in all the airports is a given, but I haven't seen one there. Same goes for marine line, ferries. I mean, there should be sniffer dogs there. And as soon as, before the car actually even gets on board the ferry, bring the sniffer dog along and make sure that they open the trunk and just open your doors and the sniffer dog will know anything's there. We're not doing any of that. And with the amount of deaths that we've had in our province, just in the last year, is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Another one the other day, very young age in his teens, I heard the SNP talking about it. It's just outrageous. And as you said, and others have said, the cocaine at the level of toxicity that it is now, 98% pure, you don't need a whole lot, and you're not going to survive that. There's no naloxone going to help you there. So it's really serious. It's beyond serious. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even at the ports, because that's the major problem, I would suggest. Of course, land crossings obviously contribute to this particular problem, but the major amounts come in through the ports. Sure. Look, I don't know how everyone's going to react to anything. I can only ever speak for myself. But can you imagine, let's just say we do, as you suggest, every single shipping container is inspected. And I don't mean just, a cursory look. You look at the bill of lading and you say, oh, this is all TVs. Like a real inspection. Same thing with sniffer dogs to get on Marine Atlantic. And I know for a fact there are sniffer dogs at the airports. They just aren't out in the terminal. They're back where the bags are initially brought in. So if we did all of those things, you know what the next predictable human reaction will be? It's taken too long. Where's my delivery from Amazon? It's taken too long to get on the ferry. But at the exact same time, those policies would be very helpful and would go a long, long way to reducing the amount of these toxic, zombifying drugs that we find on our streets. But people want it both ways sometimes, and that's difficult to achieve. In fact, it's impossible.
One child, one person not being put through, and the parents and the families and that whole life is ruined until he finally takes too much and dies. That one child is worth all the time it needs to be taken to stop this in our schools, because if they don't die, they're still having their brains completely obliterated and not able to pay attention in school, whether it's that drug or any other drugs. It's awful, and we got to stop it.
I'm with you.
And it's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you 100%. We've arrived at a place where it's all about throwing the dealer in prison. It's the addict. And of course, yes, let's throw the bloody drug traffickers in prison. Of course we have to. Absolutely. But pretending that that's going to cure it is ridiculous. History is crystal clear on this front. For communities and for people to be safer and healthier, it's about choices and prevention. It really, truly is. So the reason that the drug traffickers are so successful is because their customer base is endless. That's the issue.
Yep.
Of course.
It didn't help opening up all these stores. You can go buy the stuff that's not near as toxic or potent as the stuff you buy down on the corner. That's half the price of what you're buying in the store because of all the overhead in the store. That didn't help either. We actually added a lot more people into it, and older people who wouldn't go down on the corner. But now they realize that they're trying it and they like the whole scene as a social thing on a Friday night rather than having a beer or having both. But what's happened is that the one in the store is not giving him as much of a buzz for the money you're paying, so he's getting it down the road now. He's actually turned into a contributing to the criminal act of selling drugs.
Yeah, I think, initially that was more about what the court system looked like. I mean, the amount of people on the court docket that are being charged with having X amount of marijuana in their pocket, well, I mean, come on. And how many lives have been, you can't travel to the United States because you had a weed conviction in 1979. I mean, some of that stuff just didn't make a whole lot of sense either. So I don't know if it was more about access, because government completely... they gave us an assumption of a financial return based on legalization and taxation and stuff, and it's never manifested itself. The criminal element was always going to compete. They were going to have more stronger drugs at less price point, so of course they're not going away. So between the courts and what they thought would be windfall in revenues, the courts have cleared up, but the windfall in revenues has never happened. Nowhere close.
And you know what? Patty, we should have learned from moving liquor from St. Pierre, for God's sake. That didn't stop. Nothing has stopped it. It's still happening. So, the illegal liquor and everything else comes in here. And then the big confiscation of cigarettes last week somewhere in the province. A big tractor trailer was examined, and they found tons and tons of contraband cigarettes. So stuff is still coming in, and it doesn't seem like, as an island, we're not doing much to stop it. So it just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Now, to my other point, and this is Earth Day, and I remember being in the lobby of the Bank of Montreal on, the Bank of Montreal Tower in downtown Toronto on Bay Street 15 years ago, or maybe 17 years ago now, I think, when they had the big Earth Day promotion and all the rest of it. We were way behind the U.S. They had already had it for I don't know how many years up till then. And finally we thought, okay, we're on the right track. And then Harper came in and he fired most of the scientists. He literally said we didn't have a problem with the environment, and he lost, I think, 3 environment ministers inside of 2 years. It was disgusting. But, we're back where we started, or if not worse. 50 years ago, I think we were talking about the first Earth Day is that we're going to reduce emissions. We're forget it all figured out. We know how we're going to go about it. And in the U.S., they even had a Clean Air Act enacted right away. Well, today, we're now up at least a full percentage point above where we couldn't go just 10 years ago. We said we can't go there. We got to stop it. We got to slow it all down. But, Patty, the problem is that people are still idling their vehicles. They just sit there. Temperature could be 18 degrees. They still got the vehicle running. And it's like a racehorse. That's how I look at it. The racehorse is in the stall waiting to race down the track, and he's using up all that energy, dying to get out of that stall. Well, your car, when it's in park, is doing the same thing. You can feel it. As soon as you take your or move your stick down to drive, you don't have to put your foot on the gas pedal. It's going to go anyway. It's already ready to go, just like that racehorse. But what it's doing is that you're wasting and burning, idling your vehicle and using up a lot of emissions, worse emissions than if you actually were driving, actually moving the car down the road at the speed limits and whatnot. So that's what's happening. And yet, when I look around, with all the anti-idling signs and all the work we did on idling, people are still idling. They still use the remote control and let it idle for 5 minutes before they go out and go out and get into their real warm car. And they use the adage that, well, I got to warm her up, boy. I got to get everything working. It takes about 45 seconds for everything in your electric car or in your car now to have everything assessed, and ready to go within 45 seconds. You don't need to warm up your car for the sake of the car, like it doesn't need it. So if one thing people can think about, and Earth Day has got to be every day, like we don't have time anymore. Just look at all the fires in California and fires right here in Newfoundland. We're lucky we didn't lose the whole central part of Newfoundland a couple of years ago, just that the wind direction changed and it saved us, and everything else going on, the air quality, the amount of asthmatics around because they're breathing in all this bad air. And we're some of the worst offenders around here. I see people idling in parking lots outside schools. Buses are idling when they're not supposed to be. There's no need of it, but we do it because it's the force of habit. If everyone just decided, every time I'm sitting there for a few minutes looking at my phone while I'm waiting for the kids to come out of school, waiting for the wife or the husband to come out of the supermarket, whatever, turn off your car. Your car is warm enough. You don't need to have your car on all the time. Besides, the price of fuel is double what it was 5 years ago. So what are we doing that for? Save yourself some money, but more importantly, do your part every single day. Your part really does matter. Stop idling.
Appreciate the time, Sean.
Okay, Pat.
Take care. Bye-bye. Before we get to the break, let's go to line number 1. Brad, you're on the air.
Oh.
Hi.
I just wanted to call in about, it was my first time voting the other day. I voted in the advance polls. And I just wanted to share a few feedback of what I thought of the process, I guess.
Sure.
And anyway, I wasn't really impressed with the process. I thought it would be a little bit more secure, I would imagine. Now, they do have the double envelopes that seal, and my take back from it was those seals on those envelopes, they aren't the best. And the old ladies there, and obviously election integrity is something that is all on our minds nowadays. Not saying that the old ladies that were at the election spot were, I'm not saying anything about that, but what I did feel that it could be more secure, and that I think I would feel better if I got an email on election day saying, boom, your vote has been counted towards this candidate or that candidate, so I know for sure it got counted and for sure that it was for the person that I chose.
You know what the problem is with that, though, Brad? Is we don't want people knowing who we voted for. So, I mean, that's one of the key cornerstones to a secret ballot, is that it can't be held against you or you can't be afforded any sort of luxury because of. So there's a reason why there's no names on the ballot. Like when you get your ballot, it doesn't say Brad on it. It's just a blank ballot, the exact same one that I get. So I think that's probably pretty important. And the ballot boxes themselves, the law is pretty clear. They can't be opened until they're in front of witnesses. And there's a seal on the box itself that can't be cut until the representatives of the candidates are standing right there in front of it, which is one of the key protections, once again, to the integrity of the result.
I hear you. But although there is a number registered to my name, which then there are like my Service Canada account and all those types of places that there are secure online avenues, and I just thought as a first-time voter, I think I would feel better if there was some way to make sure that I know for sure that my vote was entered correctly or whatever.
I would imagine the scrutineers representing the candidates are really keen on making sure the votes are counted properly. Because my candidate and my campaign team and my donors, they want those scrutineers to be extremely diligent when watching the votes be cast, watching the votes be counted, and to ensure that a spoiled ballot is actually a spoiled ballot and not because it's for the candidate that the polling worker doesn't support. So I've actually been involved in that, and it's a pretty comprehensive process. So hopefully people will have faith in the integrity of the outcome here. I mean, we're voting with paper, and your ballot looks exactly like my ballot, even though, yes, there's a voter registry that your name is different, has a different number than mine, but all the ballots are exactly the same, which I think is pretty important stuff. But I get people's worries. I just hope that some of it's not based on things that don't actually happen versus things that are actually in place. And I'm glad you took the opportunity to go vote. I'm going to vote on Monday.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, son.
Appreciate yours, Brad. All the best.
Good.
Right, bye-bye. And talk about one polling worker. This is an email from a person who took the training to work at the advance poll, so this person would know. During the training for election day staff last week, participants were told there's no longer a poll clerk at each station. Prior to COVID, there was a poll clerk and a district returning officer. Now there's just going to be a district returning officer. So on election day, you're still only going to see one person per voting table. So says someone who took the training. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to say good morning to the Province's Seniors Advocate to talk about their most recent report called An Ounce of Prevention is Worth a Pound of Cure. Susan Walsh, right after this. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
Canada is having what many are calling the most consequential election in living memory. Tune into VOCM for all the information, insights, and opportunity to have your say. Your VOCM Mornings keeps you up to date on all the unfolding stories. VOCM's Open Line, where you can have your say. The decision makers will. You should too. The Tim Power Show will bring you insights and interviews to help make sense of it all. And of course, our award-winning news team will be on top of every story. We've got Newfoundland and Labrador covered. That's your VOCM.
I'm Mark Carney. I know people are anxious right now. President Trump has created a crisis. Well, I've led people through crises my entire career. I've worked with prime ministers from both parties to solve big problems for Canadians. And right now, we're facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. And we need serious leadership and a real plan. That's what you'll get if you vote Liberal.
Authorized by the Registered Agent for the Liberal Party of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, rockers and revelers, step right up. Here's a special offer just for you. The Iceberg Alley Performance Den is giving you a very special price on the full event pass. Just $349 for all 10 days. Go to icebergalleyconcerts.com before they're all gone. Who's playing? The full lineup will be revealed Thursday, April 24th at 8 a.m. We want to make it perfect, and we appreciate your patience. So we're giving you this special offer for a very limited time. The full event pass for just $349 is available now. Be there.
Love your home and save on Canadian-made products at Atlantic Home Furnishings and Flooring. Freshen up your living room, family room, bedroom, and dining room this spring with Canadian-made products. Save 15% off all Canadian vendors. New arrivals and old favorites included. Plus, save on Frigidaire appliances all month long. Planning a spring renovation? Let them help with great offers on flooring, appliances, and furniture. Atlantic Home Furnishings and Flooring, 1114 Topsail Road. Proudly Canadian, proudly local.
Uncertainty, market shifts, 24-hour news cycle. Now more than ever, your team needs to reset, recharge, and focus. The Wilds Resort and Conference Center is your locally owned resort, offering budget-friendly corporate packages designed to help you regroup and relax. Step away from the noise, connect with your team, and build a stronger future. Elbows up, chin up, we've got this. Call Rhonda at The Wilds today or visit thewilds.ca.
Discover the power of solar with NL Off-Grid Solar Solutions. Say farewell to noisy, expensive gas generators at the cabin. Our custom solar systems offer you affordable, quiet energy, harnessing the sun's limitless power. Visit nloffgrid.ca today. Concerned about rising solar panel prices? Act now. Prices are expected to rise by 15 to 20%. All our monocrystalline panels are on sale and come with a full warranty. Don't wait. Secure your sustainable energy future with NL Off-Grid Solar Solutions.
Dear Ruby, it's been a year since I moved into Kenny's Pond and I made so many friends. The view is so lovely. You would love the exercise and walking programs. Last week I had the grandkids over for dinner and I didn't have to wash any dishes. There's only one thing missing here, and that's you. I know it's a big decision, but you won't be long deciding that Kenny's Pond is forever.
Call us at Kenny's Pond Retirement Living and ask for Pat, 738-1611.
Myopia, commonly called nearsightedness, is on the rise, especially for children. It can have significant impacts on vision and overall eye health. Time spent outdoors may reduce your child's risk of developing myopia. Put those digital devices away and encourage outdoor play every day. Your eye doctor plays an essential role in managing myopia. Visit nlidoctors.com to find an eye doctor near you. That's nlidoctors.com.
Get Easter ready with Walmart's low prices on all your meal essentials. And for a limited time, you can get a Cook's bone-in ham portion for only $1.97 per pound. Shop more low prices this Easter at Walmart. Save money, live better.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $55 million, plus an estimated 4 Max Millions. Start dreaming to the max.
Oh, I'd get a new sports car with a custom paint job to match my new boat and plane.
Now that's dreaming to the max. Get your ticket today. Must be 19 or over.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back to the show. Say good morning to the Province's Seniors Advocate, Susan Walsh, on line number 3. Good morning, Susan. You're on the air.
Good morning, Patty. How are you?
Doing great. How about you?
Not bad, thank you.
I read the report. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Just for the basics, what were you looking at inside this report?
Well, we had done research as an office back 2 years ago now, and we've been using that information, that survey that 1,000 seniors responded to, and all those sessions we had out there to really deal with what we heard from seniors. And we've been picking things off, right? So last year we dealt with the financial aspect, trying to make home support more affordable, trying to keep and put money in the pockets of seniors. So this year we said, okay, this past year, we said we really need to focus in on, we were told that a large percentage, 84% of seniors told us they wanted to, we used to kind of joke about it and say, expire in their own homes. They wanted to stay till the end where they currently live. And so we decided, we had 2 students with us, Masters of Applied Psychology students, who we worked with to say, look, let's do some research into what they told us. Let's figure out what's going on that's keeping people from staying in their own homes. And so we did another survey. We had over 800 seniors respond to it. It was actually a limited call, so we were surprised to get as bigger response rate. And so one of our students did a survey on that and determined all of the areas that are stopping people from being able to, stay in their home, hopefully till the end, but certainly for as long as possible. And so that was the impetus to doing this research. But when you look at the data, it's clear why we need to do it. I mean, we got the Public Health Agency of Canada telling us falls are the biggest indicator of why people are going into long-term care. It's costing the country $1 billion a year. We're looking at our own information here as a province. We know that 5% of our population is 80 plus today, and 5% of our population, these are round numbers, are ending up in long-term care. So if you look at the biggest cohort age groups coming up are ages 55 to 69. That's 3 cohorts, okay? And so we haven't hit yet the largest number of seniors in this province at the 80-plus range. That's coming to us in the next 10 years. So there's a period right now that government could get ready for these older seniors who are going to be a large proportion. I mean, in 10 years, 8.6 of our population is going to be 80 plus. So we know the demand for supports in home and our homes being ready for us is going to be critical, or else we're going to end up with a huge demand on our long-term care system, which nobody wants, and the system can't manage what the demand is today. Can you imagine in 10 years?
I can, and that's why we talk about getting ready for what's right in front of us. So it's not helpful either that governments have just been all talk, no action on this front. It's time for rubber to hit the road, and plus they kind of interchange some of these things, as you rightfully point out in your report. We're pretending that aging in place and aging at home are the same thing when they're not. It wasn't that long ago the government of Canada was saying aging in place means having the health and social supports and services you need to live safely and independently in your own home or community as long as you wish to do so and are able. Now we've kind of changed things. It's not helpful when definitions change, and some of that really feels to me like government knows that they are not prepared to do what's required into the future for some unknown reason, because it's going to be more chaotic and more expensive the longer we wait. So even just that fundamental, that might feel like a hair split, but changing those definitions has probably stemmed any progress that was being made.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Patty. I think that I worry that there's a capitalization on the idea that, seniors want to stay in their homes as long as possible. But so, it saves us money. We've got the highest home ownership in the country here, so isn't that great? It all plays into the right hand, and it's what seniors want, right? But that's making light of the fact of you have to talk about aging well. You have to talk about providing those supports and services in people's homes, or else it's not going to be possible. And as much as, we might all hope we would not need it, when we did our research, it was very clear that over 80% of seniors knew, or people, not even seniors, people who responded to our survey knew, that there is going to come a time where I am going to probably need some modification to my home. 76% said they'd accept that change. 89% said, I know I'll need an assistive device in the future. So we know it's coming. We're not naive to it. We are a province, unlike some others, who are prepared to make the changes. But the dilemma is the cost is out of some people's reach. And 80% said the cost was out of their reach to make those changes. And 52%, which, are partly people who told the truth, said, I really wouldn't even know what to do. I don't know where to start. I don't know what the supports out there are. I don't know what I need, what I could be doing. And what I really am trying to drive home here is it's not about when you need it. It's about getting it before you need it, right? Getting some of those things in your home. And people don't really know how to access it,
which is obviously a problem. So you've got some pretty basic recommendations here. So things like hand railings for showers and alongside your toilet and those types of things. When we talk about things that we prescribe to keep people healthy and or to address their symptoms, for this to fall inside the prescription drug program kind of makes sense to me. And more importantly, even if we talk about the amount of stairs in your home or putting a ramp out front or the different kind of approaches we can take to modify our home, an interest-free loan, this sounds like something government should take up right away. And this is not about spending more money. There's a cost recovery model here, which I think would be quite simple to display to individuals. So if I knew I could get an interest-free loan to put the ramp in, to put the handles in, to do whatever's required to make my home safer for me as I age, if that keeps someone out of a long-term care facility, that is a victory, societally and financially.
I'm really glad that that was your interpretation of the report as well, because we did work really hard here as an office. Lots of times we put out recommendations that, they're going to cost money, but they're the right thing to do. In this report, we really tried to say there is ways to get around it having to cost government a lot of money. These are simple things government can be doing. If they would just do a public education campaign with a good document that gave people information around how do I, make those changes to my home so I'll be ready? How do I keep my home safe? That would be invaluable. And then, putting that out as well in print format so that people have a document they can refer to. Who do I call? Like, where are the services? And I heard one of the ministers talk last week in the House of Assembly saying, we put out a guide last week or the week before to programs and services. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking very specific, informed by, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, those people who have that expertise to know what you need that will be preventative. That, I don't have that expertise, but the health system has it. And it's only to put those people in a room together. There's other documents like this online, nationally. I mean, it wouldn't be rocket science to put it together, but gee, what a powerful document to put in the hand of seniors so that they know, and younger seniors, 55, 50, 60, like, to get your home ready, that would be invaluable. But I also think we need to think about moving toward having homes, having people accessible to people in their homes. So, for example, we hear lots from seniors, and I'm happy to say this, to everyone. We hear lots about the Home First program. That if you end up in hospital or in the emergency room, you've had a fall or you've had some sort of an accident, and you can't get back to your house without some sort of support. Government has the Home First program that seems to put some, I don't like to use the word wrap around, but some supports around you to help you get back home and to get you back to health on your feet so that you can stay in your house. I think that's fabulous. That's exactly what we need. But let's back up the bus now. Let's do it before they end up with the fall. Let's help so that they don't end up in the emergency rooms. And that's only going to happen if those people with that expertise are available to people in the community to help them get ready.
Susan, do you have time for me to put you on hold so I can take a break, come back, and we'll finish this conversation?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Okay, let's do that. Susan on hold. I hit the wrong button, Dave. I meant to put it on hold and I dropped it. So Dave will get Susan Walsh back. We'll finish that and then we're speaking with you. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
Safe, secure electronics recycling for residents, businesses, and the environment. Recycling electronics and appliances with local Recycle My Electronics programs is free, fast, and easy right here in Newfoundland and Labrador. Ready to recycle? Bring it. Find out what and where to recycle at recyclemyelectronics.ca.
Persons with disabilities are choosing Hancock Financial Solutions for their registered disability savings plans.
For years, we tried to set up an RDSP, but couldn't get good advice until we spoke with Dion. He gave us peace of mind and financial security for our daughter.
Open an RDSP today. For more, call 709-634-0071 or HancockFinancialSolutions.ca. Hancock Financial Solutions, in your home, in your community.
Mutual funds offered through Investia Financial Services.
Are you a creative communicator who thrives in a fast-paced environment? Stingray Radio is on the hunt for a sales and marketing support specialist. You'll be the vital link between sales and programming, driving collaboration, executing marketing campaigns, and supporting big ideas that boost revenue. If you've got experience in sales support, marketing, or radio, plus a knack for staying organized under pressure, we want to hear from you. Apply now at careersnl@stingray.com. Stingray Radio, where great ideas take center stage.
Win big with the Healthcare Foundation Home Lottery. Enjoy the ocean breeze in this incredible Scandinavian-inspired $1.3 million grand prize show home. Built by McIntyre Homes, plus $50,000 cash. Plus take off with the BMW Z4 30i Roadster Early Bird Prize, or take $70,000. Add on for the huge 50-50 and cash calendar. Your support impacts healthcare right here at home. Buy now at hcfhomelottery.ca.
Hello, it's Anthony Germain here, your Liberal candidate in Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. I've been all over our riding, and I keep hearing one thing from most Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Mark Carney is the strong leader that we need in the fight against Donald Trump's tariffs. With Election Day on Monday, April 28th, I'm asking for your vote to ensure that Mark Carney and our Liberal team can fight for you.
Authorized by the official agent for Anthony Germain.
They're in your walls, they're under your deck, they're in your attic, and they're all royal pests.
Spring is when rodents, birds, and insects come to the party. I'm Curtis with Republic Pest Solutions, the local solution to your pest problem. Don't let mice, ants, and starlings take over your property. At Republic Pest Solutions, we use safe trap placement to protect your family from creepy crawlies. Got bugs, birds, mice? Call Republic Pest Solutions at 728-2530 or visit republicpestsolutions.com.
Newfoundland and Labrador offshore oil is a lower carbon product in demand around the world. It creates well-paying jobs right here at home. It is our opportunity now. The federal government should support its growth, not cap it. The federal emissions cap will cap production, cap jobs, and cap our future. This election, ask your federal candidate if they will eliminate the emissions cap. A message from Energy NL.
Whether you're a student, engineer, architect, contractor, supplier, or trade professional, you'll find connection, opportunity, and insight at the NLCA Build 2025 Expo. Hi, I'm Stephen Short, Chair of Newfoundland and Labrador Construction Association. If you're part of the construction industry, this is your expo. Taking place May 7th and 8th at the Jack Byrne Regional Sport and Entertainment Centre. 2 days of networking, training, and fireside chats that matter. Admission is free. Register now at nlca.ca. Your industry, your expo. Don't miss it.
Torn between 2 paint projects? Why not do both with buy one, get one free at Dulux? Double the paint, double the reasons to do it now and do it for less. But hurry, offer ends May 5th. Visit your local Dulux paint store today.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back. Let's rejoin the Province of Seniors Advocate, Susan Walsh on 3. Susan, you're back on the air.
Hi, Patty. Thanks.
Just a couple of quick ones here before we let you go. So, even something as fundamental as a government-led information campaign, so what do you suggest that look like?
Yeah, so I think the how-to document that I talked about would be the first step. I think if they had the how-to document put together, which would be evidence-based, like I've talked about physiotherapy and occupational therapy, but after I put out the report, I heard from registered speech language pathologists who said we should be part of this. Like we've got something to offer to help people, age well in their homes. And I went, gee, see, this is the beauty of like I don't know what I don't know from a healthcare perspective. So that's why I'm suggesting government put the experts together. They're already on staff in the Health Authority, put them together and develop this how-to guide, which will be evidence-based practices to help prevent, injury or any kind of disability, as you age, that can be prevented. Or if you do have a disability, to help you such that you can, have the modifications you need, then list off the programs and services available to assist related to this aging well at home, related to getting ready, and then information about how to access those programs, because these are the 3 things we heard people didn't have. And then use that guide as the way to go out and do a public campaign. So basically run ads on TV, run even social media, and then put it all in print format and get it available in doctors' offices, in dentists' offices, make it available in the Health Authority, the clinics. Give me some. I'll send them to seniors. We get calls from seniors all the time to mail them out our reports and stuff. We'd be happy to do it. Those kind of things so that people have it at their fingertips. Because right now people are like, I don't know what to do and I don't even know how to figure it out.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2015, I think it was the Liberals actually had a fall prevention policy that they were going to implement, which included an information campaign, and I'm pretty sure it didn't see the light of day, and it makes a lot of sense to me. It's also curious when we talk about the number of homes that need to be built. Inevitably, plenty of seniors, whether we talk about aging in place, aging at home, generally speaking, seniors who had big families maybe want to downsize. So when we go to build homes, just like when we talk about universal design for people with disabilities, if you build it for said purpose initially, it's better, it costs less than modifying down the line. So when we talk about affordable housing, it's not just a price point, because affordable housing have different needs for different ages, for different sexes, for different life circumstances. So if we're building seniors housing, let's build it with all this in mind first. Use a percentage of the new builds to be specifically for seniors and put everything that seniors need, including life on all one floor. Maybe a wrap out front in addition to the stairs to the front door, and all the handles and the type of cabinetry and the lower them down. Things that people need, let's build it like that first.
I couldn't agree with you more. The Building Accessibility Act really needs amendments as it relates to that to make some stronger statements around the building requirements. And I do know that the Building Accessibility Advisory Board had made recommendations around that. And I actually did, we did some research related to that before we put out this report to see should we say something about it in our report, to implement those, it's called the BAB, their recommendations. But it is my understanding that the Department of Digital and Service NL are moving on implementing those recommendations from BAB. So I'm holding out hope that that's coming. It's just not proclaimed yet. So I think that's a good news story because if we can build homes with the accessibility features up front, it is way cheaper than trying to do it after the fact. And we did find in our research, luckily we have a percentage of people in the province who do already have some of that. They live in homes that are on one floor, those kind of things. The hard part is when you're living in some, especially rural, remote communities, your ability to get out of a two-story home you're in into a smaller home, bungalow, one-story, that it's so limited, it's really difficult. In larger centers, you might, separate from the cost perspective of what you might get from your own home and then have to buy new, or move, into like assisted living, that's a significant cost. But availability becomes really problematic, the more rural we get in this province.
No question. Wider hallways, wider doors, all of those types of things that are part and parcel for many as they age. Susan, I always really appreciate your time here on the program. Anything else before we say goodbye?
Patty, I'm so glad you're interested in the report and having this opportunity. I'll close with this if you don't mind. We know right now we don't have enough long-term care beds. We know people don't want to go into long-term care, but we know the demand on that system is going to at least double in 10 years, 10 to 15 years. And we know this. We have the oldest per capita seniors in Central and Western, and they have the lowest number of long-term care beds in the province for the demand they need. And Labrador, while they have the low number of seniors, have hardly any long-term care beds. So this is a way to help support people where they want to be, and government has a window to deal with it now and can deal with it if they want to. If they don't, they're going to be dealing with not enough long-term care beds. It's only going to get worse.
100%. Appreciate the time, Susan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here we go, Susan Walsh, Province's Seniors Advocate. Let's take a break for the news. When we come back, still a ton of time left for you. Don't go away.
This is the VOCM Radio Network. Stingray radio stations heard around the province and around the world at VOCM.com and through the Stingray Music app. This is your VOCM. Local news now. A VOCM News Update.
This news presented by Mako Hearing Service, 84 Thorburn Road. Phone 726-HEAR. That's 726-4327.
A few minutes after 11, we have some drizzle in St. John's, winds gusting to about 65 over at the airport. Good morning. I'm Sarah Strickland. 2 drivers were arrested by Harbour Grace RCMP last week following a dramatic series of events, allegedly including a head-on collision that was narrowly avoided. VOCM's Zach Power reports.
Police first responded to reports of a crash near Heart's Desire just before 3:30 p.m. last Tuesday, but the driver left the scene in a different vehicle. Mounties say they observed the vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed into oncoming traffic, driving head-on towards a marked police cruiser. Police swerved to avoid the collision. A short time later, the vehicle pulled into the driveway in Heart's Content, and officers pulled into the driveway to block the vehicle from leaving. But the suspect backed up and hit the police car. Both drivers were arrested at the scene. The driver of the initial vehicle, a 26-year-old man, was found to be unlicensed and driving without insurance or registration. He is currently under investigation for multiple offenses. The driver of the second vehicle, a 23-year-old woman, showed signs of impairment and is awaiting results of drug evaluation to determine if impaired driving charges are appropriate. She is also under the investigation for flight from police, dangerous driving, as well as assault with a weapon. Charges are anticipated at a later date. Zach Power, VOCM, Local News Now.
Recent polling suggests the younger vote is out there for the taking in this federal election. The trick for the parties, according to a Leger report, is convincing them that they're being heard and not just targeted. Gabrielle Blais, a research director with Leger, says the financial pressures of rent, groceries, and student loans are top of mind for those aged 18 to 34. And she says the numbers suggest they can be swayed, but that misinformation and confusion are undermining younger voters' political engagement. Blais noted younger voters are more likely to get their information from social media, adding politicians should focus on reaching them with credible facts and information.
They do care, they do want change, they see their planet having a hard time right now and they're not seeing any change, so they just don't know how to make people listen to them. And so that's why we might think they're more checked out. But they do care and they do want to see the change. They just don't feel seen or heard, and they don't know who to turn to help them with that.
Leger surveyed almost 1,200 people over the first 2 weekends in April to get the results. A complicated weather system that brought a mixed bag of conditions to the island over the long Easter weekend will begin to move off today. It has been a dreary start to many eastern areas of the province, including Metro. Environment Canada meteorologist Wanda Batten says the flurries and showers will drop off throughout the morning, but the winds will stick around.
We still have some strong northwesterly winds pretty much over most areas as well, and that's expected to persist throughout the entire day today and into tonight. Cloudy conditions are expected as well in these eastern areas on the backside of that system. It is still anticipated to clear out by Wednesday. Looks like we've got a nice little ridge of high pressure moving in from the west, and we do have it's actually some nice clear skies on the southwestern part of the island, and that's going to make its way across through the tonight period into Wednesday.
The system brought some significant snowfall to western and central. While no records were broken, Batten notes it is unusual for this time of year. Up next, I'll have your full provincial weather forecast.
Discover the future of hearing with Mako Hearing's latest technology, the Phonak Audeosphere.
This is Carla Tucker from Mako Hearing Service. Over the past 15 years practicing as an audiologist, I have never before seen anything that can clear background noise like this technology.
Whether you're in a busy restaurant or a crowded room, the Phonak Sphere ensures you hear what truly matters.
Call today, 726-HEAR. That's 726-4327. Mako Hearing Service. We care about the way you hear.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville, and Central. Showers or flurries will end around lunchtime, then cloudy. Northwesterly winds gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds for tonight. Northwesterlies down to 40 and a low of -1. Sunshine tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8. For the south coast, next couple of days, sun and cloud, northwesterlies 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy for tonight, a low of -4. West coast, southwest coast, northern peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30 and a high of 8. Mainly cloudy tonight, low of +1. Chance of showers tomorrow, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8. Happy Valley Goose Bay, sun and cloud today, a high of 8. Partly cloudy tonight, low of -4, and mainly cloudy for tomorrow with a high of 8. For Labrador West, mainly cloudy today, a high of +2. Some light snow will begin this evening with a low of 0. Light snow will end tomorrow afternoon, then cloudy and a high of +2. For the north coast, next couple of days, mainly cloudy and a high of +2. Tonight, a few clouds and a low of -5. Right now in St. John's, we have some drizzle and winds gusting to about 65 over at the airport. Back with an update at 11:30. I'm Sarah Strickland.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Bigland FM radio network.
Welcome back to the program. Let's go to line number 1 and say good morning to Leah Movell, the Atlantic Regional Organizer for the Youth Climate Corps. Good morning, Leah. You're on the air.
Hi, Patty. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
I'm just calling in to let your listeners know about a all candidates forum that is being held tonight at St. John's City Hall, the Foreign Green Room. So that's at 10 New Gower Street. Starts at 7, goes until 9:30. There's also an online option for anyone who isn't in St. John's or can't make it out to City Hall. So we've invited candidates across all parties to come and hear from young folks about possibilities and opportunities for a just transition in Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as to draw attention to our call for the launch of a Youth Climate Corps, which would be a federal jobs guarantee, basically, for anyone 35 and under to get a 2-year placement doing work related to helping communities face the climate crisis. So we've got several guest speakers from the community who are going to talk about what just transition and the climate crisis kind of looks like for them in their own lives and community, and what they want to see from candidates in terms of a vision to address issues with climate, issues with youth unemployment and affordability. And candidates will also have an opportunity to respond to young folks, as well as there will be a chance for everyone to engage through roundtable discussions and through a Q&A with candidates.
So there is a Climate Youth Council at the federal level, but that's different than a Youth Climate Corps. I mean, even for people who might have might take issue with some of these things for whatever unknown reason. Even if we talk about strengthening local food systems, that's part of this, building retrofits, that kind of stuff. It's not all simply about emergency response and or conservation or ecosystem and biodiversity. It's also about fundamental things that regardless of where you are, mentally or ideologically, sustainable local food systems, building retrofits. These are pragmatic things that have to be attended to, period. Also important to note, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leah, when we say youth in this vein, we're talking about people up to the age of 35, right?
That's right. As you know, Patty, the unemployment rate for people under 35 is higher than it's been in decades, and young people are really struggling to find meaningful work that aligns with their values and speaks to their desire to help their communities in the face of extreme weather and in the face of changing climate. Like you were saying, there's so much work to be done in terms of retrofitting housing, building more affordable and sustainable housing, electrifying transit, ecosystem restoration, low carbon care work. There's so much work to do in the face of the climate crisis, and young people are ready and willing to do it. We just need a federal government to create the opportunity for us to do dignified, well-paid, meaningful work at the leadership of our local communities to help empower their priorities for how they want to respond, how we want to respond collectively as communities to climate crisis. And we can see just in our own province, for example, in the past couple of years, if we take what happened with Hurricane Fiona, for example, we can see the work that still needs to be done in terms of getting ourselves into a position as communities where we have, like you said, the emergency response capacity that we need to deal with these events. We often depend on the military for those things, and the military has very openly said that they are not interested in responding to domestic crises, and they're going to become more plentiful, not more scarce. So we need a proactive body of diverse, engaged people to respond to these crises. And young people, I think, are very willing and very ready to answer that call. We just need government to show that there is a will to create opportunities for young people to step up and help our communities in the face of changing climate.
Hurricane Fiona estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of $5.5 billion worth of damage. And don't take it from me or Leah, take it from former National Security Advisor, I believe his name is Richard Fadden. He talked about exactly that, the over-reliance on the military when we talk about responding to emergencies. So that's very real. That's been on the table for quite a long time. The youth employment, when they capture youth employment here in the country, they don't go to 35 in that age demographic. They call that 15 to 24. In Atlantic Canada, it's 14.2%. And the national average is 6.3%. So it is an obvious problem. And putting people in, not only employed, but with very specific purpose, makes sense to me. Anything else you'd like to offer this morning while we have you, Leah?
Just encourage everyone to come out and see what candidates have to say about responding to crises around youth unemployment, affordability, around climate, around the need for a just transition from workers out of extracted industries and into ones that help build our resilience collectively. And you can sign up. If you can't attend in person, you can sign up for a Zoom link to attend. And the URL to do that is bit.ly/just-transition-NL.
Do me a favor, Leah. Can you send me a quick email with that link in case someone reaches out?
I sure can. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing folks this evening for this important discussion.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome. Bye-bye. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, the consumer advocate for the province is Dennis Brown. He's in the queue. And then Graham Wood is also there. He's the chair of WERAC. And then whatever you want to talk about right after this.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
On a gray, foggy day or by the glow of the kerosene light, whether you're around town, around the bay, or bound for South Australia, wherever you roam, a taste of home lives here on your VOCM. Join Greg Smith Saturdays from 7 to 1. 6 hours of songs and stories that make us proud to call Newfoundland and Labrador home. The Irish Newfoundland Show on your VOCM, brought to you by
Cowan Plaza Bingo. Bring your friends and enjoy nightly fun only at Cowan Plaza Bingo.
Supporting your community has never been so rewarding, because when you show support for the VOCM Cares for the Community 50/50 lottery, you also get the chance to win cash. The VOCM Cares Foundation helps fund charities, community groups, and services across Newfoundland and Labrador. You could help make a difference and win the jackpot that's growing every day. Tickets are 1 for $10, 3 for $20, 10 for $50, or 25 for $100. Visit VOCMcares.com to get yours now.
I remember when St. John's East had a strong voice in Ottawa, when our Member of Parliament fought hard for the things that mattered to people right here at home. This election, we can choose another strong voice. We need the NDP to get things done for us in Parliament. We need Mary Shortall, a fighter, not a follower.
Authorized by the official agent for the Mary Shortall NDP campaign.
As the weather warms up, that means more time outdoors, from beach days to bonfires and everything in between. And while you're enjoying the season, Wilson Security is here to help protect your home. With 24/7 monitoring, you'll have access to your high-def cameras from anywhere using their convenient smartphone app. You can relax knowing your home is monitored against intrusions, smoke, water damage, and more. Wilson Security's expert technicians ensure your home and business protection works together. Conditions apply. Get started today with a free consultation. Visit wilsonsecurity.ca.
Hi, this is Caitlin from Kohler Contracting. Whether you have oil or electric, there's savings for everyone. For limited time, save up to $300 on single mini splits, $450 on multi-head systems, and up to $1775 on Daikin Fit central heat pumps. Still heating your home with oil? Kohler Contracting can help you apply for up to $22,000 in government rebates. With our flexible finance options, there's never been a better time to upgrade your homes before the summer rush. Get your free quote today. Call 727-2680 or visit us at kohlercontracting.ca.
Ladies and gentlemen, rockers and revelers, step right up. Here's a special offer just for you. The Iceberg Alley Performance Den is giving you a very special price on the full event pass. Just $349 for all 10 days. Go to icebergalleyconcerts.com before they're all gone. Who's playing? The full lineup will be revealed Thursday, April 24th at 8 a.m. We want to make it perfect, and we appreciate your patience. So we're giving you this special offer for a very limited time. The full event pass for just $349 is available now. Be there.
Support local, support Canadian with Akita Equipment. As a proudly Newfoundland-owned and operated company, Akita specializes in all your trucking needs across Canada. From reefer to dry van and open deck, they handle full loads and less than a load with ease. Big or small, Akita moves it all. Plus, protect your goods this winter with their range of new and used storage containers. Choose local. Choose Akita Equipment. Discover more at akitaequipment.com.
The 2025 Canada Games needs 5,000 volunteers, and one of them could be you. This August, be a part of something big. Meet new people, make unforgettable memories, and score some of the best seats in the house at Canada's biggest multi-sport event. We're building the largest volunteer team in Newfoundland and Labrador's history. Don't miss out. Sign up today at 2025canadagames.ca.
VOCM Open Line is brought to you by Janes and Noseworthy, licensed insolvency trustees. When it comes to debt relief, do it once, do it right. Visit janesnoseworthy.ca. It's okay.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Big Land FM radio network.
Welcome back to the program. Let's go to line number 3. Say good morning to the province's consumer advocate. That's Dennis Brown. Good morning, Dennis. You're on the air.
Good morning, Patty. Happy Easter to you and to your listeners.
The very same to you. Dennis, are we speaking with your consumer advocate hat on or also the chair of the Oversight Committee?
I was calling concerning the chair, in my job as chair of the independent Churchill River Negotiation Oversight Panel. It's quite a handle. It's quite a large title, but it's a big job. But I just wanted to inform people of the province as to what we are doing and what our mandate is and who is involved. and the people that we have doing the work required are seasoned professionals. We have Doug Bowman, and if anyone cares to look at Doug's resume, it's there in previous news releases. But basically, Doug has been involved with the World Bank and projects commenced by the World Bank all over the globe. And he's been doing that work for 40 years on projects, and he's quite knowledgeable on projects and building. And he has been doing some work here in the province, assisting us from time to time on work that we do before the Public Utilities Board. He has his master's in engineering and is a Canadian, and worked at worked in Ontario and Ontario Hydro, but he has a private company now, and he's working out of the United States. So he's been providing advice to us for about 28 years at the PUB, and there's not really a place in the globe where he hasn't worked. Is most impressive. So we have him. We also have Michael Wilson, who was a leading manager at Ernst & Young, is retired now, and he's dealt with contracts, has over 40 years experience, and has dealt with projects including capital budget, risk management, forensic audits, and the like. So these two are working with me, but we also have Guy Holborn retained. Now, Guy was of great assistance during the Muskrat Falls inquiry to the commissioners, and he gave expert advice on two occasions, in Labrador when we were up in Happy Valley Goose Bay and down here on the island. So he's assisting us as well, and he's a professor of business, economics, and policy at the Ivey Business School of the University of Western Ontario, and has authored numerous reports on provincial and federal energy policies, and he is already assisting us and making quite a contribution. So these are the people that we have involved, and there are others, but that's these people we are working together, and our job is to review the Memorandum of Understanding and projects that are being made towards the definitive agreements. And it's our job to provide advice to Cabinet. Now, Cabinet is getting other advice as well, but we are also providing advice to Cabinet from what we see in conducting our oversight. So that's basically what we are doing, and the definitive agreements are supposed to be in place by the end of April 2026, and our oversight is complete at that point.
And of course, if and when we get to that illegally binding definitive agreement, all of the benefits would be retroactive to January 1st of this year, which is important to put into that. So just a couple of things before we get into identified risks, if there are any new ones we can discuss. During this federal election campaign, we've heard a lot about energy. And now there's the concept of, for instance, an east-west energy corridor, long overdue in this country, and it's part and parcel the reason why Muskrat Falls is a thing. So whether it be pipelines and or transmission of electricity, how does that get factored into your oversight role? Because that really would change a lot of factors that led into restructuring this 2041 agreement.
Well, our oversight is pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding, and that's between Hydro-Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro and the Churchill Falls Labrador Corporation. These are the parties to the memorandum. So the Memorandum of Understanding was put in place and signed on December 12th, 2024. The Premier of Quebec was here and signed that. The Premier of Newfoundland signed on behalf of Hydro, and Hydro signed as well. So our mandate is limited to there, and we have to ensure accountability of any negotiators and to ensure that Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro is meeting their mandates. We have authority to review and analyze the information provided by the negotiating team and Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and their independent advisors and experts. And it's a matter of public knowledge. The experts that Hydro has retained include their lawyers in Montreal, Stikeman Elliott, and they have McGuinness Cooper here. And, of course, they have retained as well J.P. Morgan, who gave testimony before the House of Assembly extraordinary session, and Power Advisory, who also assisted in providing information at that session. So they have all these experts retained and working toward bringing the MOU into definitive agreements. So that's our job. What's happening on the outside or elsewhere, that will be not part of what we're doing. We are dealing with the MOU and the progress toward the definitive agreements. That's our mandate. And when we got our mandate, it came from the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, and there were two and the NDP members of the House, Jim Dinn and Jordan Brown, and the two independent members, Paul Lane and Eddie Joyce. They agreed on this new independent oversight panel to do the job and provide reliable and transparent oversight on the negotiations. And it's a difficult task because the negotiations are between the parties, and negotiations quite often aren't public. So we are doing this independent oversight on behalf of the people of the province, but we're not negotiators. We're not into the negotiation. We are overseeing what is being done by the parties.
Would not the potential for an East-West Energy Corridor question some of the need for this restructured deal, question the need to be further, in partnership or in bed with the province of Quebec, if indeed there was the opportunity for the flow of power? Wouldn't that just change the metrics for this contract and the benefits for either side?
Well, we must remember there's been all kinds of, I'll just go outside by oversight now. You just recall that there was supposed to be a maritime Atlantic corridor developed, which was talked about 10 years ago. That has never materialized. And what has been talked about now is just policy proposals during an election. But what we have here to deal with is an MOU that is actually signed by Hydro-Quebec and signed by the Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro and the government of Quebec are involved in this. So, and it's specific to projects that we have already. It's specific to the Churchill Falls project, and the expansion of the project is referenced there, and also the refurbishment of the project. So we already have Churchill Falls. So getting more out of Churchill Falls, and of course, all this is related to the 2041 time frame and the agreements that have been put in place now in the MOU, which open up the 1969 contract. So what we're doing is quite specific here and dealing with what we have here now. So what will come about in the future, what the politicians are referencing, we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds, but we have specific mandates here.
Have you identified anything specific insofar as risk goes? Because up until now, we've simply had the politics of it being announced. Because when Premier Legault and Premier Fleury have spoken to this and the signing at the rooms, it was all about the political upside for either premier. And of course, when they go back to Quebec, they talk about they got a great deal. If you listen to the politicians there, we got a great deal. But insofar as risk goes, whether it be with cost overruns in the transmission projects, whether it be with construction and additional capacity at the Upper Churchill, we haven't heard a whole lot about risk and how it's borne by this province. Have you identified anything that would be of interest to the listener?
Well, what we have done is established a website right now. It's www.icrop.ca, and people can put public comment there, and there's a feedback. And you'll see there reference to our mandate, and you'll also see our initial report to the people of the province and to the legislature. We will be doing 5 reports, maybe 4 actually, but it could be 5, as to, and these will be timely and quarterly as required. And indeed, into the 4 reports, there may very well be a final report, which we will do. So as we do these reports, and these will be available to the people of the province. But we have to be careful in reference to anything that is being done, because especially in this province, and if I'll just take a minute, we all need to be reminded of the Upper Churchill Water Rights Reversion Act case out of the Supreme Court of Canada, where our provincial government in 1983, 1984 passed an act to deal with the water on the Churchill River and who owns it and the ownership of it, etc. And our court of, and it would have been very great assistance in dealing with the Upper Churchill contract, that's for sure. And our Court of Appeals said that was good legislation. But the Supreme Court of Canada said it was not good legislation because the purpose of the legislation was to get behind the contract and to undo some aspects of the contract. And in coming to that conclusion, they looked at some information the government had published on a brochure saying what all the advantages could be. So they had effectively used that to say the legislation was colorable. So when you get into projects of this magnitude, there can be no public negotiation. Public negotiations in that particular sense would be to our detriment. So we have a lesson learned here on all of that. So the negotiations will be between the parties, and we will provide reliable and as much transparent oversight on the issues that are going on to the people of the province through our reports.
Dennis, is it even possible for there to be one definitive agreement here, one contract? Because when you talk about additional capacity at the Upper Churchill, then Gull Isle and the potential for that development, then the 2 transmission projects that go alongside these 2 hydro generating facilities. I mean, that's why the MOU is so complicated for me, is because they're kind of 4 different things, and to look at them as one is very difficult, certainly for someone of my intellect. But so insofar as reaching these final agreements, are we anticipating there to be like as little as 4 different agreements because they're kind of 4 different things?
Well, we're seeing that there will be the definitive agreements that will come into play will be about 10 as far as we can tell right now.
Oh, okay.
So and on various aspects. So some of the definitive agreements will relate to the Upper Churchill, and some to the expansion of the Upper Churchill, and some will relate to Gull Island and what will go on there. So the definitive agreements will bring into play and into contractual terms what was anticipated in the MOU. The MOU is not a contract. The definitive agreements will be the contracts. So that's the work will be undertaken. But certainly there will be more than one definitive agreement, Paddy, yes.
I appreciate the time, Dennis. Thanks for doing it.
All the best.
You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Dennis Brown is the province's consumer advocate. Let's take a break for the news. When we come back, we're going to say good morning to the chair of the Wilderness and Ecological Reserves Advisory Council, WIRAC, Graham Wood. Don't go away.
Local news now. A VOCM news update.
This VOCM News is brought to you by Horizon Laminates, your local countertop manufacturer, right here in Newfoundland.
At 25 to 12, we have some light drizzle. Temperature at 2 in St. John's. Winds gusting to about 65 at the airport. Good morning. I'm Sarah Strickland. Pope Francis' funeral has been set for Saturday at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square. A viewing of his body will begin for ordinary faithful in St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday. The Vatican says around 60 cardinals met there today to chart funeral plans and the next steps before a process begins to choose a new successor. They are also making other decisions about running the Catholic Church in the interim. With advanced polling in Canada's federal election now over, today is the last day eligible voters can cast their ballot ahead of Election Day, which is Monday. Voters have until 6 o'clock to vote today at an Elections Canada office in their riding, as well as apply to vote by mail. Otherwise, voters will have to cast their ballot on Election Day. Elections Canada reported a record turnout on the first day of advance polls, with more than 2 million people casting their vote. The Newfoundland and Labrador Teachers Association is holding its biennial general meeting in St. John's beginning today. The three-day event will see over 200 NLTA members converge at the Sheraton Hotel to debate and discuss various resolutions, as well as take in other sessions and speakers. The convention will also be the final one for Association President Trent Langdon, as incoming President Dale Lamb begins his term on August 1st. Langdon says he's going into the event with mixed emotions.
I'm excited to see what the next phase is going to be, but at the same time, I'm going to miss this place big time. I felt it's been an excellent 4 years. I feel we've accomplished a lot. Won't be going anywhere too far. I'll be past president for 1 year, but the role is much different. Obviously, it's more advisory as past president. But yeah, just looking to support this organization further as in years to come. I'll be heading back to the classroom. I certainly miss working with children. And, that's the pleasant part of all this, of having to go back there, but definitely going to be sad to leave the role.
The event starts today and ends on Thursday. Up next, I'll have your full provincial weather forecast.
Imagine a kitchen where style and function beautifully embrace. With Horizon Laminates, your dream space becomes reality. Located in Donovan's Industrial Park, they're Newfoundland's only complete countertop manufacturing and fabrication facility. With over 100 laminate colors in stock, they've got you covered. But that's not all. Horizon Laminates now offers a wide selection of flooring, laminate, vinyl, plus backsplash tiles, sinks and faucets, everything you need to transform your space. Visit their updated showroom at 47 Sagona Avenue and experience the true difference at Horizon Laminates.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon, Clarenville, and central Newfoundland. Showers or flurries will end early this afternoon, then cloudy. Northwesterly winds gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds for tonight. Northwesterly winds down to 40 and a low of -1. Sunshine tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8. South Coast next couple of days. Sun and cloud, northwesterlies 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy for tonight, a low of -4. West coast, southwest coast, the northern peninsula, sun and cloud today, northwesterlies 30 and a high of 8. Mainly cloudy for tonight, a low of +1. Chance of showers for tomorrow, southeasterly winds 30 and a high of 8. Happy Valley Goose Bay, sun and cloud today, a high of 8. Partly cloudy for tonight, a low of -4. Mainly cloudy for tomorrow and a high of 8. Labrador West, mainly cloudy today, a high of +2. Periods of light snow begin this evening and a low of 0. The light snow will end tomorrow afternoon with a high of +2. For the north coast, next couple of days, mainly cloudy and a high of +2. Tonight, a few clouds and a low of -5. Right now in St. John's, we have some drizzle and winds gusting to about 65 over at the airport. I'll be back with all the news of the day at 12 noon. I'm Sarah Strickland.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Bigland FM radio network.
Welcome back. Let's go to line number 2. Say good morning to the chair of WERAC. That's Graham Wood. Graham, you're on the air.
Good morning, Paddy.
Good morning.
Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day to you as well.
Yes, I wanted to call in and kind of give an update too about what's happening with WERAC and some of the proposed reserves that we're looking at in the province. Just to kind of, give a synopsis of planning for the future and kind of where we go as a very special day today. So it's unfortunate that we don't hear a lot of people talking about Earth Day, but thanks to Tom this morning to raise it, and I think another person called in. So it's important to think about in this beautiful province.
Protected areas, for some, and for some reason, become highly controversial when we know there's a need to do a variety of things in protecting the environment. You only get one shot at it necessarily. So whether it be about protection of biodiversity and floodplains and peat bogs and whatever else people want to talk about, when the controversy comes to bear, how do you push back? Because people talk about my day-to-day activities and access to the backcountry and commercial viability and industrial opportunities. So what do you do when you hear those types of pushbacks?
I think the important thing to understand in terms of the planning that we've done in the province, in terms of the proposed ecological reserves, is that all the traditional activities will be continued. Being able to have a boil up, or being able to kind of visit the land and get on the land, and maintain trails that are existing trails, or even trails that may be proposed to access certain areas. I think those things will continue. I think the main thing that people need to understand is the fact that all we're talking about is trying to prevent major industrial development that would take place in those areas, and keeping some of our land protected in this province.
And your group only deals with on land, not offshore, where we're talking about. It's not a marine protected area. It's I can't remember the proper term for off the southwest coast. So you're only dealing with on land concerns, right?
Yes, exactly. In fact, we're provincial. We're not dealing with the national parks issue that's on the south coast. But we do have some proposed reserves that are close to that area, like Fushu Bay and Conn River North. Those are areas that we've been having discussions throughout the winter with Mapakek, and hopefully continue to have those. We've had some meetings with communities on the south coast. And also we're looking at Hulls Gullies and Ripple Pond as the two of the areas that we've had public meetings on last fall to try to move ahead on those proposed reserves.
And of course, WIRAC doesn't have the authority to follow through and protect an area, simply providing advice to the government, to Cabinet, I guess, specifically. So the last round of recommendations, I think there was some 35 areas, if I'm not mistaken. Has the government acted on any?
No. Well, I suppose we've had public meetings on Indian Arm Brook, and we have a report ready to go to the minister soon. The other Ripple Pond and Hulls Gullies were the next two proposed reserves that we had public meetings on. And as I said, Fushu Bay and Conn River North are two other ones on the south coast. Plus, we have a staff person now that's moved to the Northern Peninsula, that's from the Northern Peninsula, who's working on getting more information out to the public and communities on the Northern Peninsula.
Appreciate you making time for the show this morning, Graham. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, Paddy. I was noticing today, in terms of the tourism thing, that icebergfinder.com is not operational yet. I thought that might be because we're hoping to get some icebergs this year, unlike last year, for tourism. And it's just odd that it's not up yet. I even been on the Environment Canada thing, but you can get the numbers in the zones and stuff that exist, but Iceberg Finder's not running yet, so I'm a bit surprised at that.
Yeah, me too, because I think one's an official group led by the government. Another one is like a Facebook type of setup where people are spotting icebergs, sharing the information, and then compiled in one homepage. But I'm surprised it's not up yet either. Anyway, I'll see what I can find out.
Anyway, thank you very much, and happy Earth Day. And everybody today, take a moment to think about how important it is to protect our ecosystems and our way of life, really, here in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Appreciate the time, Graham. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Paddy. All
Welcome.
the best.
You too. Bye-bye. It's Graham Wood, Chair of WIRAC. Let's take our final break of the morning. When we come back, Derek's in the queue to talk about election results. Also a caller there to talk about warranties for your vehicle, and then whatever you want to talk about. Don't go away.
Call now, 709-273-5211 or 1-888-590-8626. Newfoundland and Labrador's biggest conversation. VOCM Open Line returns in a moment.
Biodiversity is disappearing, and most of us aren't noticing. For Earth Day, it's time to open our eyes. 10 endangered species are still around. Can you find them all before they disappear? Play Earth Day's Seek and Find game on earthday.ca.
Beat the afternoon slump with your VOCM. Tune in for local events, lighthearted banter, news, weather, and traffic updates. Those last few work hours will fly by with Claudette Barnes and your VOCM.
Mark Carney is not change. Mark Carney is reading from the same Liberal playbook. He even has the same team and the same policies that gave Canada a lost decade. The same housing crisis, the same disaster on immigration, and the same soft on crime policies that gave us chaos and disorder across Canada. The same tax hikes and anti-energy agenda that made us so vulnerable. We can't afford a Liberal fourth term. The last 10 years were about the Liberals. The next 10 should be about you. Vote Conservative. Let's put Canada first for a change.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Next on the runway, it's you in a stunning pair of prescription frames from Cowan's Optical. We're slashing prices in half. Yes, all prescription frames are half price. Cat eye, aviator, round, rectangle. No matter your vibe, we've got the look to match your face and your budget. Cowan's Optical. See better, look incredible. All prescription frames have price as sunglasses not included. Bring in your prescription or just call to arrange your eye exam today. Check out our Facebook or visit Cowan's Optical near you for complete details.
Goodbyes are never easy, but when you're saying goodbye to winter, things change. It's time to kick off those winter tires and get ready for the open roads. Call your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer to book a seasonal tire changeover, included free with our Peace of Mind maintenance service. And if your tires could use an upgrade, enjoy our tire price match guarantee or our buy 3 tires and get the 4th free offer. Offers are exclusive and can't be combined. We built it. We know it.
Newfoundland and Labrador offshore oil is a lower carbon product in demand around the world. It creates well-paying jobs right here at home. It is our opportunity now. The federal government should support its growth, not cap it. The federal emissions cap will cap production, cap jobs, and cap our future. This election, ask your federal candidate if they will eliminate the emissions cap. A message from Energy NL.
Are you a kind and patient person with a lifelong love of learning? Use those special skills to help meet the massive labor market demand for early childhood educators. With childcare capacities increasing, trained professionals in this field are needed right away. Academy Canada has seats available in their May class, so contact them today to get started in this rewarding career. They've trained 30,000 alumni since 1985 and would love to help you. Visit academycanada.com today and come take your place.
Win big with the Healthcare Foundation Home Lottery. Enjoy the ocean breeze in this incredible Scandinavian-inspired $1.3 million grand prize show home. Built by McIntyre Homes, plus $50,000 cash. Plus take off with the BMW Z4 30i Roadster Early Bird Prize, or take $70,000. Add on for the huge 50-50 and cash calendar. Your support impacts healthcare right here at home. Buy now at hcfhomelottery.ca.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $55 million, plus an estimated 4 Max Millions. Start dreaming to the max.
Oh, I'd get a new sports car with a custom paint job to match my new boat and plane.
Now that's dreaming to the max. Get your ticket today. Must be 19 or over.
Wendy's most important deal of the day has a fresh lineup. Pick any 2 breakfast items for $5. New 4-piece French toast sticks, bacon or sausage wrap, English muffin sandwiches, value iced coffee, and more. Limited time only at participating Wendy's. Taxes extra.
This is Open Line on the VOCM Bigland FM radio network.
Welcome back to the show. Let's go to line number 1. Derek, you're on the air.
I just have a question regarding the election, federal elections on April 28, when the results are going to be revealed.
Well, as soon as they're counted. I mean, in this province, as soon as the votes are tabulated and submitted to the electoral officer, they're released immediately, and that happens right across the country. So it's one of those...
I thought it was too. I read somewhere saying that till May the 3rd, which I thought would be weird.
No, I've never heard anything like that.
Okay. I tried on Google. I thought Google knew everything, but don't know that.
I think May 3rd, the only thing that jumps out of my mind regarding May 3rd is that's when the next Liberal leader of this province will be announced. That's when the votes will be concluded at their convention. But no, federal election results will come out right away. So by the time folks are... Yeah, that night.
Okay.
Yeah, now you might not know the results from Alberta, British Columbia by the time you go to bed, and folks in Alberta and British Columbia will know basically where the election's going to land before their votes are even counted.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be settled, like it always is, in the 401, the 905, and Quebec.
Okay. Like I said, I looked it up on Google. Google didn't give me an answer on it.
No.
I thought Google knew everything.
Apparently not. And be wary of what Google has to say sometimes as well.
I know.
Yeah, you'll get the numbers from this province. I don't know. So the polls close at 8 o'clock. I'd say that all be counted and announced by 9:30.
Yes, perfect.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
And, I did get some emails concerning election results and the veracity of the results. And people still think that there's some big inherent risk here for the vote to be rigged. Come on. There's not. The ballot boxes themselves are secure, as considering that they're handled properly. And Elections Canada has a really solid reputation here. We're voting by paper. The votes get counted by hand. The two campaign election workers are obligated by law to conduct themselves in a certain fashion. Every candidate can handpick a scrutineer that they put in to watch the counting of the votes and to ensure that all the ballots that are spoiled or not are dealt with appropriately. That really worries me, the whole not having faith in that particular effort. And a lot of that just seeps into our mind because of what happens down south. And, of course, we vote with paper. We count by hand. Let's go to line number 3. John, you're on the air.
Yeah, what do you have, Pat? How's it going, big dog?
Doing okay, boss. How about you?
Oh, good, brother. I just wanted to bring, something. So it was Earth Day today, very important day, and everybody's talking about the endangered species in Newfoundland. What about the invasive species in Newfoundland? Like, for example, your green crab, or, for example, in my personal example is I used to live up Central, going to school up there, and American toad. The amount of American toad, you go in the country going for trout or something like that, and it would literally, it's something out of a movie that they'd have it all overtook, man. It's unreal, buddy.
Excellent point. Green crab is a completely bizarre way we handle it with the rules. Like, for instance, you can't just collect them. If they're on the shore and they are an invasive species and they're hugely problematic, the fact that people just can't go at them to try to eradicate them as best possible makes no sense to me. Also, you have the green crab, you got the coffin box, you got the swallow wart dog. There's an American variety of strangling vine that's made its way to this province, all invasive species.
Yeah, man, the American toad is something that's, I don't know if it's really classified as invasive, but it got to be, man, because there's nothing that kills it. They secrete this venom when anything agitates them or anything like that, so any instinctive animal would eat it and spit it back out again, right? So realistically, it has no predators, and it's something that's not talked about a whole lot in any capacity. I mean, apart from local Facebook groups in Central and that, but I'm originally from the Burin Peninsula, and this is a non-existent problem. Like, for example, green crab is a big problem in my local towns today, but the American toad, for example, is something that I can't even fathom to think about. Something that doesn't exist in one portion of this province is a nightmare waiting to happen in another portion.
How is it a nightmare waiting to happen? I don't know much about it. That's why I'm asking. And I don't think it's labeled an invasive species because it was actually formally introduced to this province, the American toad. So what do you call it, a disaster waiting?
I would say just, I mean, if it's a disaster, it's from the alarming number of, because any time you see alarming number of one species in a certain area, especially far across a wide...
Can't hear you, John. Did we lose John?
Like, there got to be something missing here. This is all one same way. Not even an animal. Same way if you've seen one type of plant, one type of tree, like you would have to question yourself. So I guess that's where I'm coming from when I say something like that. I don't mean to sound like an alarmist, and now we got enough of that in the media, man.
It's true. Now that you put it on my radar again, I'm really glad that you talked about that, because endangered species is one thing, and we have to have a better understanding of what that means in biodiversity, and that it's important in the ecosystem. But the invasive species, I have not thought about that much in the recent past. I know exactly who to go to at the Department of Wildlife, because it's when the people were talking about, for instance, introducing wild turkeys for the purpose of hunting. Then, of course, it goes through a process. And there's someone specific at the government, I can't remember their name, but I can find it here. See if we can't get them on to talk about invasive species. It's an interesting topic.
Man, because, like, you're almost protecting, you're pushing up this ecosystem for this endangered species to be able to cling on and thrive. Well, meanwhile, you have these invasive species taking over for everything.
It's a good point. Haven't thought about it recently, but now that I am thinking about it, I'll see if we can't get the right person on to talk about exactly what's going on, what the real problems are, and what we can do about it, because it can be hugely problematic. Green crab, notably.
Absolutely, brother. Yes, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate yours. Thanks a lot for the call.
Right on, Pat.
Okay, man.
Right on. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, that's a good one. And that's, really what's very helpful to me is when people prompt or provoke conversations that I maybe haven't been thinking about, maybe haven't been talking about, because that's the beauty of the call-in aspect here. So, yeah, fascinating stuff. All right, so, of course, we get accused of all kinds of things here on the show. So what we're going to do tomorrow, and you tell me via email, if you'd like to have some specific focus on specific policies inside the federal election campaign, one of the things we are going to try to pull off tomorrow is to try to drill down a little further on housing policy. It's a big deal. And both parties, the two big parties, the two parties with the high likelihood of forming government, the Conservatives and the Liberals, there are some overlaps in their policies, but there are also some distinct differences. We're going to try to break it down a little bit more tomorrow, and just for information sharing purposes, because I don't think either one of them have all the answers, because, as I've said many times in the past, we've got to get away from thinking that one politician, leader or otherwise, or one party has all the answers, because it's never been true and it's never going to be true. There are distinct shortcomings regardless of the party that you're going to vote for or that you've already voted for. And again, plenty of concerns being shared about election results. Please kind of push that to the back of your mind, because we have a pretty solid track record in this country. Elections Canada does a bang-up job, as far as I can tell, and many of the issues that have been pointed to, mostly coming from the United States, which has crept into our psyche here in the country, is just a different process altogether. Now, gentleman asked about election results. There's some federal ridings across the country that just don't have an independent and a Green and a Liberal and a Tory and an NDP candidate. There are some, for instance, in Carleton, where Mr. Poliev is running. There's 90 candidates, 9-0. So, yes, you have Libertarians and the Rhinoceros Party and the Communist Party and the Marijuana Party, but there's 90 candidates on one federal riding ballot in Carleton, Ontario, which is truly bizarre. Let's get a final check-in on the Twitter box or VOCM Openline. Also, want to track a little closer exactly what the mandate is for the Upper Churchill Memorandum of Understanding Independent Oversight Committee. That's a mouthful, because that's going to be pretty critically important. And I'm a little bit surprised that it got a lot of attention, justifiably so, when it was first announced, and there's a lot there. And we're talking about billions upon billions of dollars and huge implications or ramifications as we make our way to this definitive agreement. And at this point, there's no reason to believe, based on what we've heard from Hydro-Quebec, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro, the government of Quebec, the government of this province, there's no reason to believe that we are not making our way to that legal definitive agreement. Because both sides, they're singing its praises in their own home provinces, and so I guess that's where we're heading, and we can take that on as well. All right, good show today. Big thanks to all hands who support the program, and we will indeed pick up this conversation again tomorrow morning, right here on VOCM and Big Land FM's Open Line. On behalf of the producer, David Williams, I'm your host, Paddy Daly. Have yourself a safe, fun, happy day. We'll talk in the morning. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the VOCM Big Land FM radio network. Stingray radio stations.
News as it happens on VOCM, VOCM.com, and at VOCM News on Twitter. Stay up to date with your VOCM.
Become a member at VOCM.com. Receive weekly newsletters and breaking news notifications as news happens. Your VOCM.
This is Newfoundland and Labrador's news leader. VOCM. Local news now.
At 12 noon, we have a little bit of light drizzle out there. Temperature is at 2 and winds gusting to about 65 over at the airport. Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Strickland, and this is the Tuesday edition of VOCM at noon. In our news today, 2 drivers were arrested by Harbor Grace RCMP last week following a dramatic series of events, including a head-on collision that was narrowly avoided. We'll have a report from VOCM's Zach Power on that. An oil industry insider is pointing to what he calls extremely encouraging signals around Bay du Nord. And recent polling suggests the younger vote is out there for the taking in this federal election, as we are less than a week away now from Election Day. Plus, we'll take a look at your full provincial weather forecast and a look at sports. But first, 2 drivers were arrested by Harbor Grace RCMP last week following a dramatic series of events, including a head-on collision that was just narrowly avoided. VOCM's Zach Power reports.
Police first responded to reports of a crash near Heart's Desire just before 3:30 p.m. last Tuesday, but the driver left the scene in a different vehicle. Mounties say they observed the vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed into oncoming traffic, driving head-on towards a marked police cruiser. Police swerved to avoid the collision. A short time later, the vehicle pulled into the driveway in Heart's Content, and officers pulled into the driveway to block the vehicle from leaving. But the suspect backed up and hit the police car. Both drivers were arrested at the scene. The driver of the initial vehicle, a 26-year-old man, was found to be unlicensed and driving without insurance or registration. He is currently under investigation for multiple offenses. The driver of the second vehicle, a 23-year-old woman, showed signs of impairment and is awaiting results of drug evaluation to determine if impaired driving charges are appropriate. She is also under the investigation for flight from police, dangerous driving, as well as assault with a weapon. Charges are anticipated at a later date. Zach Power, VOCM, Local News Now.
An oil industry insider is pointing to what he calls extremely encouraging signals around Bay du Nord. Equinor put the pause on the project for up to 3 years in a shock move back in 2023, saying they needed more time to find efficiencies. Rob Strong points to information in an Energy NL Daily Bulletin last week that he says was promising. He states that it included notice of a Bay du Nord open house series, which will consist of 2 information sessions to talk about the latest on the Reshape Bay du Nord project concept, including upcoming milestones. While Strong believes that is a positive indication, it does come with a caution.
There's no indication that this means a project go, because that's subject to what we call FID, financial investment decision. But it's going to be interesting because it's going to have an opportunity for the local business community and the supply community to get up to speed as to where they are, what their schedule looks like, what their current thinking, and I say current because thinking about offshore development is changing every day.
Strong says the first session is scheduled for April 29th and the other will be on May 14th. With Election Day less than a week away, all federal party leaders are making their last pitches to Canadians on the campaign trail. Today, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is expected to unveil his party's costed platform while campaigning in Toronto. The Liberals and the NDP already released theirs over the weekend. Liberal leader Mark Carney will be in Quebec for an announcement in Trois-Rivières, while NDP leader Jagmeet Singh will make an announcement in Vancouver. Election Day is Monday, April 28th. Meanwhile, with advanced polling in Canada's federal election now over, today is the last day eligible voters can cast their ballot ahead of Election Day. Voters have until 6 o'clock today to cast their ballot at Elections Canada's offices in their riding, as well as apply to vote by mail. Otherwise, voters will have to cast their ballot on Election Day. Elections Canada reported a record turnout on the first day of advanced polls, with more than 2 million people casting their votes. Recent polling suggests the younger vote is out there for the taking in this federal election. The trick for the parties, according to a Léger report, is convincing them that they're being heard and not just targeted. Gabrielle Blais, a research director with Léger, says the financial pressures of rent, groceries, and student loans are top of mind for those aged 18 to 34. And she says the numbers suggest they can be swayed, but that misinformation and confusion are undermining younger voters' political engagement. Blais noted younger voters are more likely to get their information from social media, adding politicians should focus on reaching them with credible facts and information.
They do care, they do want change, they see their planet having a hard time right now and they're not seeing any change, so they just don't know how to make people listen to them. And so that's why we might think they're more checked out, but they do care and they do want to see the change. They just don't feel seen or heard, and they don't know who to turn to help them with that.
Leger surveyed almost 1,200 people over the first 2 weekends in April to get the results. Canada-U.S. relations has been at the fore of the federal election campaign, but a town hall being held tonight aims to put the spotlight on issues affecting the province's youth, with a particular focus on green initiatives. The event, dubbed a Just Transition Town Hall, is being organized by the Action Network as part of efforts for Earth Day. Organizer Jude Benoit says it was important for them to organize the event.
I fear for the future of the province when it comes to jobs and industry. We know that oil is not going to sustain us forever. So the idea of a just transition into green jobs, into other types of industry, is something that is really, that's something that I'm interested in.
Benoit says they hope to hear from each party that they are open to a just transition and are open to finding new ways to grow the economy.
I grew up in Newfoundland as part of a generation of people whose most parents had to work away. So you would lose whole families of people to the oil and gas industry. And I think I'm excited, but I'm also more than that. I'm extremely passionate about the idea that we can have a future where Newfoundlanders can stay and work here with their families and be safe and have jobs that are sustainable.
Pope Francis' funeral has been set for Saturday at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square. A viewing of his body will begin for ordinary faithful in St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday. The Vatican says around 60 cardinals met there today to chart funeral plans and next steps before a process begins to choose Francis' successor. They are also making other decisions about running the Catholic Church in the interim. Jury selection is expected to begin today in Ontario in the sexual assault trial of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey Team. Dylan Dubé, Carter Hart, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Fermenton were charged with sexual assault early last year in an alleged incident against a woman at a London hotel in June 2018 when the team was at a gala celebrating their gold medal win. All 5 players are expected to plead not guilty. A complicated weather system that brought a mixed bag of conditions to the island over the long Easter weekend is expected to move off today. It was a dreary start to many eastern areas of the province, including Metro. Environment Canada meteorologist Wanda Batten says the flurries and showers will start to taper off this afternoon, but the winds will stick around.
We still have some strong northwesterly winds pretty much over most areas as well, and that's expected to persist throughout the entire day today and into tonight. Cloudy conditions are expected as well in these eastern areas on the backside of that system. It is still anticipated to clear out by Wednesday. Looks like we've got a nice little ridge of high pressure moving in from the west, and we do have it's actually some nice clear skies on the southwestern part of the island, and that's going to make its way across through the tonight period into Wednesday.
The system brought some significant snowfall to western and central. While no records were broken, Batten notes it is unusual for this time of year.
We did have a winter storm warning in effect for the Green Bay, White Bay area, and they did end up receiving 36 centimeters of snow. And I don't know if you noticed, we had snowfall warnings in for a lot of areas as well, so like the northeast coast, central, western areas, as well as the Great Northern Peninsula. And most areas got between 10 to 15 centimeters underneath those warnings, so it was quite unusual for this time of year.
The Newfoundland and Labrador Teachers Association is holding its biennial general meeting in St. John's beginning today. The 3-day event will see over 200 NLTA members converge at the Sheraton Hotel to debate and discuss various resolutions, as well as take in other sessions and speakers. The convention will also be the final one for Association President Trent Langdon, as incoming President Dale Lamb begins his term on August 1st. Langdon says he's going into the event with mixed emotions.
Excited to see what the next phase is going to be, but at the same time, I'm going to miss this place big time. I felt it's been an excellent 4 years. I feel we've accomplished a lot. Won't be going anywhere too far. I'll be past president for 1 year, but the role is much different. Obviously, it's more advisory as past president. But yeah, just looking to support this organization further as in years to come. I'll be heading back to the classroom. I certainly miss working with children. And, that's the pleasant part of all this, of having to go back there, but definitely going to be sad to leave the role.
The event starts today and ends on Thursday. An iconic Newfoundland and Labrador folk song will be inducted into the Canadian Songwriters Hall of Fame during the ECMAs next month. VOCM's Richard Duggan reports.
Take me back to my western boat. Let me fish off Cape St. Mary's.
Let Me Fish Off Cape St. Mary's, heard here by the Irish Descendants, was written in 1947 by songwriter, author, and police officer Otto Kelland. A joint release from the ECMAs and the Hall of Fame indicates that Kelland wrote the song after meeting a desperately homesick fisherman who relayed that he had been fishing off the coast of Boston but would rather be fishing in his own dory off St. Mary's. Kelland was a member of the Order of Newfoundland and the Order of Canada. He passed away in 2004. The song will be inducted into the Hall of Fame at the 37th East Coast Music Awards Gala on May 8th at Mary Brown Center. The Irish Descendants, who recorded their own version of the song on their album Gypsies and Lovers, will perform it as part of the induction ceremony. Jocelyn Kelland, Otto's daughter, will be present for the ceremony. She says it is heartwarming that this song and his work still mean something to people today. Richard Duggan, VOCM. Local News Now.
A young musician from Mount Pearl is putting off a concert this week in support of the Newfoundland and Labrador chapter of the Parkinson's Society. The event is taking place at the Salvation Army location on Mundy Pond Road on Friday. Organizer Alex Taylor, who has become known for putting off events in support of charitable causes, says there is a personal connection behind this event.
About last year, my father was up and he got diagnosed with Parkinson's, so it's a bit personal this time that I'm doing it for not only him, but all the other folks that I know who have been diagnosed with this. And hopefully I'll be able to help out the society with these funds that I'm getting for them.
More information about the concert can be found online at vocm.com. The Boston Marathon had about the same number of no-shows as last year, dispelling concerns that international runners would skip the race in the face of increased U.S. border scrutiny. Close to 29,000 runners started the 129th edition of the marathon from a field of just under 32,000 entrants. To earn a Boston Marathon bib number, most runners need to submit a qualifying time from another 26.2-mile race. Though many treat it as a lifetime goal not to be abandoned lightly, no-shows can occur for reasons ranging from injury to the 2010 Icelandic volcano eruption that shut down flights. Kenya's John Career recorded the second fastest time in history after crossing the finish line in 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 45 seconds. Sharon Lokedi of Kenya broke the female record for fastest time after completing the race in just over 2 hours and 17 minutes. Time now is 13 minutes after 12 noon on this Tuesday afternoon. Coming up next, I'll have a look at your full provincial weather forecast. I'm Sarah Strickland, and this is VOCM at noon.
We are community food sharing. As a food distribution center for Newfoundland and Labrador, we alleviate hunger in our communities by efficiently distributing food to over 60 food banks in our province. Today, the need for food has never been greater. That is why your continuous support through monetary and food donations will help ensure that no one in our province goes hungry. Give from the heart. Learn more at cfsa.nf.net.
Support local, support Canadian with Akita Equipment. As a proudly Newfoundland-owned and operated company, Akita specializes in all your trucking needs across Canada. From reefer to dry van and open deck, they handle full loads and less than a load with ease. Big or small, Akita moves it all. Plus, protect your goods this winter with their range of new and used storage containers. Choose local. Choose Akita Equipment. Discover more at akitaequipment.com.
It's tales of railroads and side roads, heartache, hard times, and Smoky Mountain memories. It's the Cabin Party with Brian O'Connell, featuring essential favorites from the golden age of country. Set the soundtrack for your Saturday night with The Cabin Party, presented by
The Squid Jigger in Calvert. Great food, good times, the friendliest staff. Join them today.
The Cabin Party, Saturday night 7 to 1 on your VOCM.
The federal election is on Monday, April 28th. Are you available to work on Election Day or advanced polling days? Elections Canada is hiring a number of election workers. We offer paid positions and training is provided. To qualify, you must be a Canadian citizen and at least 16 years old. Contribute to democracy. Apply now at elections.ca. It's our vote.
As another springtime arrives, it's time to finally get building. All your outdoor spring projects begin at Mount Carmel Building Supplies. Pick up shingles and get that roof in top shape with ICO Cambridge Lifetime Shingles. Give your home or shed a fresh new look with new siding in a variety of colors. They stock green and brown pressure-treated lumber, along with Trex composite decking. And finish off the deck with stunning and durable Century railings. Plus, get delivery anywhere on the Avalon. Spring projects begin at Mount Carmel Building Supplies. Call 521-2730.
When you get into a new RAV4, you might suddenly find yourself camping, even if the closest you've been to nature is your houseplants. Because with all-wheel drive, you can get in and right out of there. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive from $224 bi-weekly for 60 months. Price includes additional fees. Taxes extra. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Atlantic Toyota dealer today.
This VOCM weather brought to you by Cowan's Optical. We care about the health of your eyes. Eye exams now available Monday to Saturday. Call 722-EYES to book your appointment.
St. John's Metro, rest of the Avalon and Clarenville, showers or flurries taper off this afternoon, then cloudy, northwesterly winds gusting to 70 and a high of +4. A few clouds for tonight, northwesterlies down to 40 and a low of -1. Sunshine tomorrow, light winds and a high of 8, and showers or flurries on Thursday with a high of +1. Central Newfoundland, cloudy this afternoon, northwesterlies 50, a high of +3. Mainly cloudy tonight, northwesterlies 40 and a low of -3. Sunny tomorrow with light winds and a high of 8. Sun and cloud on Thursday and a high of 6. For the south coast, sun and cloud this afternoon, northwesterlies 40 and a high of 8. Partly cloudy for tonight, a low of -4. Sun and cloud tomorrow, southeasterlies 30, a high of 9. And showers on Thursday with a high of +5. For the west coast, southwest coast, northern peninsula, sun and cloud for today, northwesterlies 30 and a high of 8. Mainly cloudy for tonight, a low of +1. Tomorrow, chance of showers, southeasterlies 30 and a high of 8. And sun and cloud on Thursday with a high of 10. For Happy Valley Goose Bay, sun and cloud today, a high of 8. Partly cloudy tonight, low of -4. Mainly cloudy tomorrow, high of 8. And on Thursday, sun and cloud with a high of 13. Labrador West, mainly cloudy for today with a high of +2. Periods of light snow will begin this evening and into the overnight with a low of 0. That light snow will end tomorrow afternoon, then cloudy with a high of +2. Overcast on Thursday and a high of +4. And for the north coast, next couple of days, mainly cloudy skies and a high of +2. A few clouds for tonight, low of -5. And sun and cloud on Thursday with a high of +5. Right now in St. John's, we have cloudy skies, maybe a little bit of drizzle at times, winds gusting to about 60 over at the airport, and temperature is at 2. I'll have your sports news up next. This is VOCM at noon.
Coming up, your VOCM Sports Update. Get the latest and greatest information about events, players, and scores around town, around the province, and around the globe during your VOCM Sports Update.
I'm Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. We used to build things in this country. After the Second World War, Canada faced a housing crisis. The government stepped in, and we built our way out of it. Now we're in another housing crisis. So I'll get government back into the business of building affordable homes. We'll get supply up so your costs will come down. We will build a Canada you can afford.
Authorized by the registered agent for the Liberal Party of Canada.
NHL playoff action last night. It was Alex Ovechkin being the hero in overtime for the Capitals. and they take Game 1 against Montreal in that series. 3-2 victory there. Game 2 will go tomorrow night. Winnipeg, they take a 2-0 lead in the series against St. Louis with a 2-1 victory last night. The Kings, they had a 4-goal lead there early on in the game, but then they blew it, but did hang on to beat Edmonton 6-5, and they lead that series 1-0. Dallas and Colorado now tied at 1 apiece after Dallas gets the victory in overtime last night, 4-3. Tonight we have New Jersey taking on Carolina. The Hurricanes are up 1-0 in that series. Of course, the Battle of Ontario continues at 9 o'clock tonight. It is Ottawa and Toronto going head-to-head with the Maple Leafs, of course, up 1-0 in that series. It was a scrappy one last night, or when they played, or 2 nights ago. So we'll see what happens tonight. Florida takes on Tampa Bay, beginning that series. That one starts at about 10 o'clock our time, and Minnesota will face Vegas. That is the late one. It's after midnight our time, and the Golden Knights are leading that series 1-0. Woke up this morning and went to go watch the Blue Jays highlights. Found out there were none because they got beat last night 7-0 playing the Houston Astros. Let's see. Tonight, they are going head-to-head again in Houston. Chris Bassett's on the mound for them, so they do have a pretty good guy, a pretty solid arm there on the mound. He is the best pitcher in Major League Baseball at the moment. His ERA is, I believe, .77. So they'll be trying to get a victory there. They've lost 3 in a row so far. Elsewhere in the American League East, we have Boston and Chicago, with the Red Sox getting a victory there 4-2, and Cleveland beats the Yankees 6-4. The Yankees face Cleveland again this evening, and Seattle will face Boston. Baltimore takes on Washington, and Tampa Bay will face Arizona. The NBA playoffs, Milwaukee takes on Indiana. The Pacers lead that series 1-0. Memphis takes on Oklahoma City, with the Thunder leading that best-of-7 series. We have a Canadian on that team, of course, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And Minnesota will face the Lakers, with the Timberwolves leading that series 1-0. And that is a look at sports. I'm Sarah Strickland. This has been VOCM at noon.
Every year on April 28th, the Millwright Regional Council, along with workers, families, employers, and community partners, come together to remember those who have lost their lives, been injured, or suffered illnesses from the workplace. This day serves as a solemn reminder of the importance of workplace safety and our collective commitment to preventing future tragedies. We renew our dedication to creating safer work environments and ensuring that every worker returns home safely. A message from the Millwright Regional Council, where safety is our highest priority.
Are you a homeowner still using oil to heat your home? Switch to a heat pump and save. Heat Pump Solutions is excited about the Oil to Heat Pump Incentive Program that will qualify you for a maximum rebate of up to $22,000. Many homeowners will incur no cost for this upgrade, but act fast before funding is exhausted. The qualification process is easy. Call today and learn how you can switch from oil to a heat pump and save. Heat Pump Solutions, your Move Air dealer.
In our community, no one should ever have to go hungry. We're aware of the struggles faced by many in need, and that's where the Salvation Army steps in. But we can't do it alone. Because of the generosity of our donors, we're able to provide nourishing meals to hungry children, working families, seniors, and others in need. These donations also help us stock food bank shelves and extend a lifeline to our neighbors in times of hardship. To learn more or to donate, please visit salvationarmy.ca. Together, they ensure comfort and renew hope for all. Moving can be a lot of hassle. New house, new town, new job. So don't go it alone. Make your next move stress-free with Household Movers and Shippers. With over 70 years experience, they can take care of all the details, from packing and protecting your valuables to getting you settled in your new home. Whether it's across town or around the globe, they can even store your items. Household Movers and Shippers. Whether you're moving locally, long distance, or even internationally, they're your relocation specialists. Online at householdmovers.ca.
Conservatives have an economic plan for change. What can it mean for you? Lowering your income taxes by 15% so hard work pays off for a change. Ending the sales tax on homes so the dream of home ownership becomes your reality for a change. Approving pipelines, energy plants, mines, and resource projects so Canada can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change. You can't afford a fourth Liberal term, because it's time to put Canada first for a change.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Coffee Matter's newest venue, The Hall, 297 Paradise Road, presents Terra Nova. That's me, from Canada's Drag Race, and I'm here to invite you to our all-ages drag brunch on April 27th at 12 noon at Coffee Matter's newest location, The Hall in Paradise. Call 709-782-0251 to claim your ticket for a full-plated brunch and drag show. Doors open at 12, show at 12:30. I can't wait to see you there. Follow Coffee Matters on Facebook and Instagram for updates.
VOCM's Newfoundland and Labrador Today, brought to you by Coffee Matters. Come in, indulge, unwind. Coffee Matters, your local community coffee house.
This is VOCM's Newfoundland and Labrador Today.
25 after 12 on this Tuesday afternoon, youth issues will be at the heart of an all-candidates town hall at City Hall tonight. It starts at 7 o'clock and will focus on topics that our province's youth want to see as a priority for the next government. Jude Benoit is one of the organizers for the town hall, and they were on your VOCM mornings.
So why was it important for your group to organize this?
I must say, selfishly, speaking as a youth, I fear for the future of the province when it comes to jobs and industry. We know that oil is not going to sustain us forever, so the idea of a just transition into green jobs, into other types of industry, is something that is really, that's something that I'm interested in.
Jude, what do you make of the various parties and how they have or haven't focused on the economy of the future?
I feel like all of us youth, and anybody really, I feel like everybody is afraid when it comes to the ideas of transitioning away from something that we know so well. The oil industry is deeply embedded into Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as a lot of other industries that we know cause dangerous impacts to our environment. And I would like to think that all of the parties are concerned when it comes to the future of green jobs and when it comes to providing Newfoundlanders with jobs.
Yeah, it seems like so much of the party platforms seem to be focused on protecting the jobs of the past. What do youth need, or what do you need to hear from elected leaders moving forward?
I think we all just need to hear that they are open to a just transition, that they're open to finding new innovative ways of providing us with a growing economy. I grew up in Newfoundland as part of a generation of people whose most parents had to work away. So you would lose whole families of people to the oil and gas industry. And I think I'm excited, but I'm also more than that. I'm extremely passionate about the idea that we can have a future where Newfoundlanders can stay and work here with their families and be safe and have jobs that are sustainable.
Every election, it seems like there's an effort to engage the youth vote, to encourage turnout. However, it doesn't always seem to work out when it comes out in the wash. What do you think it'll take to get young people interested in their own political futures?
I guess not everybody can be a political nerd such as me, but I know I've spoken to hundreds of youth over the last year, and I feel like it's becoming something that more and more youth are getting interested in because we have to, right? This is our future. The people that we vote for in this election will be defining and making the policies that impact us. So my hope is that youth just understand that all of this impacts us and that we do have a voice.
Jude, give us the details now of the event happening tonight at St. John's City Hall.
Okay, so it's tonight from 7 to 9:30 p.m. It's free. Everyone is welcome. There'll be candidates there from all across the parties. And we're just trying to create a pretty welcoming and open space. So there will be a chance to ask questions to candidates. There'll be a chance to hear some climate stories from other youth. And there'll be a chance to speak and talk with other youth and try to brainstorm some ways that we can work on a just transition.
And that was Jude Benoit. They are one of the organizers of an all-candidates town hall at St. John's City Hall.
It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.